All right, everybody, hello, and welcome to the stream. It is a lovely Friday afternoon, and we are gonna just jump straight into things. I hope everybody's day is going well, and let's get started with some art. So, every Friday I do Art Fridays, and we are continuing our Island Style series where we're drawing every Smash character in the style of Yoshi's Island. That's a pretty big cast. It's like climbing a mountain, but we gonna do it. Um, and yeah, so last week we did Duck Hunt, and this week we are starting R.O.B. So let's go. All right. So I do have all my sketches and everything here. Also, let me know how the audio levels are, cause hey Denise, how are you doing? If the music is coming through higher than my voice, let me know, because like I'm still trying to get used to talking so much on stream that my throat is still sore. So I'm maybe not be talking that loud today. But if I have to turn the mic up, let me know, or if I gotta turn the music down, let me know. And I'm just gonna do one quick check just to make sure that all of my streams are coming through okay. Okay, nice. Okay, so let me see. Twitch looks good. Mixer, y'all look good. YouTube is good. And we got Facebook. Y'all are looking great. Okay. Let's have stream labels down here. Nice. Okay. Just trying to arrange everything because it's like my screen layouts change depending on what I'm doing. Because like if I'm doing Smash, then I have Smash on half of my widescreen monitor, and then the rest of the stuff just kind of goes over to the other side. But then when I'm doing art, I have OBS. I have XSplit open so I can stream to y'all, and then I have OBS also open so I can record what I'm drawing without catching the stream overlay. So it gets kind of crazy. I still haven't like figured out like a workflow for where everything should be placed. So right now it's just like a bunch of papers spread over a desk. It's like, oh, okay, well, it'll work out. All right. Wow. Okay, so these are all my sketches. This is my original sketch of R.O.B. So I'm gonna go ahead and we are gonna get some references. Cause I don't know what he looks like by memory. If anybody does, that's really cool though. Let's see. R.O.B. Yo, villain. What is up? Thank you for dropping by the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we're gonna get like some R.O.B. reference. And again, like if my mic is too low, like just let me know, because I don't usually talk a lot, and now that I've been streaming, it's like I'm talking nonstop, and my gosh, my vocal cords are like, what the hell are you doing? Everything sounds good? Cool. Yeah, it's kind of hard to like try to do like a check on the sound yourself. Like the most I can do is like pull my phone up and put like headphones in and then see how it sounds from there. Because like I swear, sometimes I'll do like test recordings just to see where the audio levels are at. But then it's like, I swear, like when I stream it, I'm like, yo, this doesn't sound like what the recording sounded like, but whatever. Okay, so we have this mighty fine image of R.O.B. here. Man, that's old school right there, y'all. Alright, so I think that's good. And then we have his yeah, definitely, I know what you're talking about. I just try and trust the chat. Believe in the heart of the chat, guys. Why is whatever. This is fine. gonna... I'm just gonna clean my reference up real quick because I'm OCD, so I don't like when there's like the black squares around it. But like if you grab something from the internet, it's a PNG. For some reason, the transparency just converts straight to black for some reason. I don't know why you just can't copy and paste transparency. I feel like that's something I should know as a graphic designer, but I don't, and it makes me really sad that, not that I don't know it, that it, the fact that it happens. So okay, and then I want one's brothers need you. Okay, well, I think this reference is good for now. Like I have to save it to stop that and then just delete it after. Yeah, like in order to like even import something like that into Photoshop, you have to save it to your system first and then have it open as the PNG. So I mean, it's like, I don't know how it like reads the, I don't know how it reads the data on the file. Like I don't know if like the transparency is just like a separate thing that it reads that's like embedded in the file, or how that gets lost when you copy the image, but whatevs. All right, so let's go ahead. So I have some of these sketches here, and usually when I have when I start off with doing sketches, that's just like a really quick draft of what I want to like get down, because like I'm the type of person, like if I get an idea, I gotta like sketch it really like loosely, because if I try to go into with a bunch of detail, like everything just turns black in my mind and then I lose everything. So I go in with my sketches fairly loose and light, and I don't really bother myself with perfection much, because and then again that would be me thinking too hard about it. So I get the initial sketch jotted down, and then I come back in when I redo when it's time to do it digitally, and I kind of make the corrections there. So for here, I know I wanted the cable to arch, like kind of match the curvature of his back. So I know that's gonna go like this. Okay. Honestly, his head over here on this model is actually the same way it's facing in my image, so we're gonna go ahead and just rotate, we're gonna go ahead and flip that and just draw what I see. So the little light on top of Rob's head, I don't know why I always think it's like this really huge, like the little lights that are on top of cop cars, like old ones. I don't know why I think it's like that big. Like whenever I draw this part on Rob, it's always like humongous, but it's just because like when you're playing him in Smash, the way that they actually draw, like the way that they render the light coming from it makes it look like it's a solid object. So I'm just like, so that actually needs to be like smaller, because that's actually not accurate the way that I'm drawing it. So, and I'm just now noticing that, and I've already drawn Rob like one additional time for a t-shirt that I did, and nobody has pointed that out to me, so maybe nobody has noticed, or maybe they just thought like it was also the light. And then I need to, and also I'm like drawing all over the wrong layers here. So let me just go ahead and remerge my sketches without merging them back into my reference layers. So really, for those of you that are like new to like illustration or graphic design, I think it really helps to actually just set your file up first. I do usually just dive straight into things, but then that's when I start getting lost when I'm like on layer like 200 or some dumb crap like that. And it really helps to just kind of organize your things in folders. Like for example, if you know you're gonna have references, go ahead and put those in a folder. If you know your line art's gonna be in a separate layer, go ahead and make a layer for that. It really works, it helps with your workflow later on down the road. Okay, and these are sketches, and I'm gonna go ahead and put those in their own folder. And I'm gonna drop this down just a little bit. And I usually, sometimes I'll go like one refinement, like sketching layer, or maybe two, but just for good measure for this one, because R.O.B is so blocky and like drawn really modular looking, I don't want to oversimplify anything and make him look organic, because he doesn't. He's a machine, he's a robot. So it's like I gotta keep like those really sharp edges and curve, like I could bring the curvature out in the design, like, because like he has this backbone part that actually flexes, but I don't want to draw stuff too curvy, because then he's not going to really look like his model in Smash. So that's a compromise. All right, see you when you get back. Okay. So I want to make darn sure this actually kind of comes out here, follows this around. He has like a little visor thing here as part of that. Kind of got his face, the likeliness of his face here. And as you can see, when I go back and start filling in more details, it's definitely going to kind of overshoot what I originally had from the sketch. And that's alright, because again, this is, you stay loose, so that way you can be flexible and arrange things as you go. Like, there's no sense in trying to be perfect on your first shot. Now, I do know people that can do that, or they like straight up draw with pen and, you know, not have to sketch things out. That's amazing. My mind doesn't quite work like that, though. Hold on, I'm about to run this song back. Man, Splatoon has some really good music. Alright. And also, for those of you that are watching, just to show you, like, kind of what I'm doing, I am doing everything in Yoshi's Island style, so I kind of have, like, samples on the stream overlay right now. But what we have been working on is, so I've done Game & Watch for Melee, and then for... Yo, what's up? What's up? Zio. How are you today? Let's see, and we did Lucario a couple of streams back, so that was really... I really love how Lucario came out, and he was, like, really fun to draw, too. His design is kind of weird, like, it doesn't make... Some parts of it do not make sense to me. Like, I want to give Lucario a hug, but I feel like I'll die, because the spike on his chest will, like, pierce through my heart. So that's sad. Maybe I can just hug him from behind, I don't know. I don't know if he'll like that or not, though. Then we did Duck Hunt last week, which I had a blast doing. I absolutely loved the way that he came out in the Yoshi's Island style. We have Incineroar that we did a couple of weeks before, and I am actually adjusting some of the, like, the little fur on his face and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, my hero jacket? Yeah, I love this thing so much. Like, it's Florida, it is not hoodie season yet, but I'm just gonna crank the AC down in my house and pretend that it's hoodie season so I can wear freaking hoodies, darn it. um, yeah, so we have him, and then we also did Villager, in which I have some corrections to go back and do, but yes, nice base stuff we got going on here. Doggo. But yeah, we are now going back to R.O.B, so I actually couldn't wait to draw this one, because even though I get it's like already cold in New York City. Yeah, my I have family that lives in Indiana, and they already, like, she's sending pictures and there's already snow up there. So I mean, it's like, I feel like if I leave Florida, it's like I want the cold, but I am prepared for the cold, and I might like die to death if I even touch snow, man. But I love wearing hoodies. I think it's more of a security thing to me, like security blankets or whatever. But I just like being like hugged by hoodies. I don't know. You hate shoveling snow. You like seeing it fall down though. When I visited my sister earlier this year, it snowed, and it was my first time ever seeing snow. But it wasn't. She said it wasn't the good snow. Like it wasn't I guess what they call like dirty snow or whatever. Like it wasn't like the kind that actually like you can make real good like fluffy snowballs out of. It was more like heavier than fluffy. But yeah, I want to see like fluffy snow one day. Ah, Spook Sandwich. Hello over on Mixer, and welcome. Welcome to the stream. How is your day going? I think most of us in here, for the most part, are all having really good days, so I hope you are too. Okay, let me see. We don't really need the guidelines right here. He does have some Smash Brothers. His design here, I'm going to throw here. Let me just make this bigger. Why is that like that? Hold on. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna take this and there we go. I have not listened to this remix album all the way through. Some of these songs go hard. Oh my goodness, I like this one too. Alright, oh, also, I do need to update my stats right here. So these are the goals, and I did just get a follower coming through, so we are halfway to this week's goal for followers. So Twitch, and then one over on Mixer. Right. Thank you, thank you. Oh man. Colder Candy, what is up? Thank you so much for coming by the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I think Mixer is gonna beat Twitch this week. How much y'all wanna bet? I got $5 in my savings account. How much y'all wanna bet? Alright, 710. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright, so we do know, like, R.O.B is actually, like I was saying, very modular. Oh, thank you so much for the sticker. I love that Mixer does like the little stickers. Like I feel like I have like the best sticker collection going on over there. Oh, and a little panda, and pandas are the best. Like panda bears are cool. Red pandas are really cool. And it's like when we actually look at R.O.B, we can break him down, and he's actually like very boxy and squarish. So like I'm actually gonna come over here on this reference and just kind of like demonstrate. So you can see like the way his neck is right here is actually going to be like a square. So I can see how these squares are already stacked up on top of each other. And then this looks like it's another square here. And so this is the same. Even though they kind of rounded the polygons off like a little bit here, you can still see like this is one square that runs here. And then this breaks up into other squares. So you still kind of get that three-dimensional look there. And oh, thank you so much for the blue heart. So blue is actually my favorite color. And the little cat is really cute too. So yeah, so looking at this, because the way that I have this drawn here in my sketches, I definitely just had it as like a rod, but it's definitely not. Because when I look over here at this example, it's definitely a lot more squares. So I need to be mindful of that, and I'm gonna actually fix that right now. So that means this will come down, and I will draw that as an actual square. So that'll let me know where to put like the vertebrae. And actually let me count how many he has. So there's 1, 2, 3. And let me look at one more picture of him just to count these to make sure. 1, 2, 3. 3 are visible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe he has 5, but then like his like chest that holds his arms that go kind of up and down like this kind of clicks to each one of those little vertebrae that he has. So trying to draw stuff is actually really interesting because it's like you get to break down the anatomy of it and actually try to see like exactly how these characters are built or put together. So really this is kind of long. So 1, 2, and then 3. So for sure I can draw 3. And then that would be correct of what's showing because his chest falls here. So yeah, that's correct. So with his chest here, alright, Cold Candy, bye. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday if you want to come back by. Okay, so you know that will go through there, and then that will stop there. And this is actually connected to where his neck is. So this, where I had his neck drawn on the original sketch, wasn't quite correct. Oh, Green Laser, thank you so much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Let me see. Nice. So, you know what? This is getting really close. Like, I honestly... Hi, how are you doing? I hope your day is going well, and I hope you're really enjoying the stream. Wow. Okay. You know, I actually want to point out that this week has been actually really crazy in terms of which channels are picking up. For those of you that don't know, I am actually multi-streaming. So I'm streaming to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Mixer all at the same time. Honestly, like, I'm a month into streaming and my YouTube is like just now kind of picking up. And it's picking up a little bit quicker than I imagined as well. So this week has actually been phenomenal. So like 7 new people is actually crazy to me. So thank you so much. So like we know R.O.B's neck. I'm a professional streamer. I just do my best. I honestly just do my best. Like, I don't really consider myself a professional, is because it's just like I'm kind of just doing it for fun, so. Okay, so we know like R.O.B's neck comes here, and he has like this little thing that connects here. And then that actually comes out a little more, and then his arms will come this way. So guys, kind of bear with me, like, because when you're first starting out, like, your designs and art and stuff like that, they're gonna be super sketchy. And but it's important to go through, like, Zio, yeah, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. And Zio, if you sent me a request on Discord, I'm sorry if I have not accepted it yet. Because I'm gonna be honest, I actually have not like logged into Discord since the last stream we had. And it's really silly. Like I know I can just put it on my phone, but my phone has like a really crappy data plan. And so like I have like any apps that I know are going to be constantly pulling data in the background, like I just do not have on my phone. I could get a scheduler that kind of tells which apps to pull data and which are not like permitted to. But that takes a lot of work. Try and do this. All right. So we're going to merge these together. All right. Okay, so when we have so we have this head here, then we know it comes this way. Yes, phone. And so I know that the front of his chest comes out like this, but also his arms stop here. So I'm gonna just make that kind of like a black hole. His chest comes here, this comes down like this, and then that comes forward like that. And to be completely fair, I'm gonna take that and pull that in a little bit, because he should have more clearance in the back there for like the way that should be sticking out. And then you should be able to see it connect in the back like that. So like when you're trying to draw things, like you it's important to try to attempt to think in 3D. Like it's really simple to see images when they're just kind of 2D. But if you really look at it, the artists themselves have to also think in 3D. Because you know, like Bowser's little armbands right here, like are not just a square. Like the way they actually have it broken down, where it's like it would be a square that you can slightly see the top of. And even if you start out with really rigid objects like that, that could still be something you can turn into a band by simply just curving the lines. So really, when I draw, I'm thinking I'm thinking in terms of like a sculptor or somebody that would like chisel objects. Because like when you start out with like a block of stone, you have to chisel the curves into it, and I think that's the approach I take when I personally draw. Okay, so then this is actually going to come up here, and that leads over to his shoulder. Okay, that makes sense. Let me see. I was streaming, but I stopped because I wanted to stop by and see and draw while I draw. Oh, okay, yeah, like, thank you so much. I need to stop by your stream sometime, Zio. I actually did not know you were streaming today. Did I follow you back on, Twitch? I feel like I might have. I have so much stuff I need to check on. But yeah, I would definitely love to stop by your stream sometime, Zio, for sure. So like, when you think of things in terms of like maybe like sculpting or something along those lines, it's like, again, like I think of everything as a block, and then when I look at the block, I try to like rotate it in my mind and see like, okay, what parts of this object can I take away to form the part that I actually need? Because I know like when some people actually like draw, say, like people, they, you know, start out with this, they kind of do this number and they know that that connects like that, then you have that, you know, like something along the lines of that. But for me, that's kind of hard because it's like, I know, like, for example, I wouldn't know where to put like the pecs or something, because I know they start like here, but then they go like that, because your pecs always come to like the bottoms of like your armpits almost. But for me, it's easier if I were to actually do a square, because now what this tells me is like, okay, so I know the collarbones would go there, and I know the arm would connect here, because like my arms don't just connect to the front, I actually like can stand off to the side. And the statue of VeemonTamer was always there. I just removed the rough edges. Yes. For sure. But definitely when I draw, I think of more like this. So like if I have a square here, then I know that the, you know, rib cage would be somewhere around here, and then and then the abs would come down like that. So it just helps me kind of like it helps me kind of visualize where things should go in a 3D space when I draw with blocks. Some people do perfectly fine with circles, but there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's just what is more convenient for you. Okay, so this is just gonna go here, and then now this is a part I was gonna have trouble with, because I didn't know if I wanted to do it more like the official art, where you can see the bottom, like under his is that a foot? Or we just gonna call this a foot? What is that thing? Like Rob's base? Is it the base that he stands on? I mean, yeah, I think that's more like correct. I want to say like the bottom of his 1 foot. Do know I want the light to kind of come out here, and then his little, what does Rob throw in Smash? Gyros, right? They're called gyros. I think, yeah, because I always just call them Beyblades. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna draw Rob's Beyblades, like draw a freaking Dragoon coming out of this, yeah. But like, okay, so now this is where I gotta really look at the shape of his arm here. And I'm actually gonna switch colors here just so I can actually see where his arm should be coming out. So I do know I want both of them to be like kind of facing here. Let me go to a little darker green so I can't even see what I'm doing. I feel like I'm going blind. I need to see the Drasil. It was like Dragoon, Drasil, was it Drasil, Dragoon? I done forgot them. There's the tiger one, Drigger. Was that one? I feel like I might be making stuff up now. You think? Yeah, I think it was. Is it Drigger? Like, it was something. Okay, so what shape are Rob's hands? Holy heck, man. Okay, hold on. If he's holding, okay, so I'm actually going to, and then when I can't imagine the shape properly, I'm just going to start out with a box and again, like kind of try to imagine something in a 3D space. So I know his hands actually stick out like this, and then he has the like the gear right here that kind of connects it, and then that part kind of goes into there. And while I don't have to be like super correct in this art style, because like if you look at Yoshi's Island art style, everything's like super simple, but I still want to at least get like the angles right on Rob, because I feel like if you mess one of the angles up on his hands or something, it's going to change how he looks as a character, and that's not what I want. Like, I have no issues simplifying stuff, but I gotta at least be simplifying it correctly. Okay, so then I know, okay, so okay, that makes sense. around here. This is actually going to be facing down like that. That's where his shoulder comes out, and then there's like the hole right here in his shoulder where his arms actually come out. So his arm is, and I'm going to change colors again because, like, gosh, Rob is like freaking complex. Okay, and that's actually a triangle that, so kind of draw a knot. It's drawn zero. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much, Zio, because I could not remember. Like, I remember watching like Beyblade in the morning on Jetix while waiting for Digimon to come on. Okay, so we have this little triangle here, and let me see, just draw this really thick nacho right here. And then from there, oh, I see how I drew that. Okay, hold on. That's how it's bending. I will say, what I drew made no sense the first time. His arm is bending because this is bending. Okay, so we have like the super thick nacho here. And then the lever comes out, which is like that, and then connects to his hand. Okay, that makes sense. So he has a lever that comes out here. Wait, I thought Ray or whatever his name was had trigger. Okay, let's settle this. Obviously, all our memories are bad on this, so let's see. Beyblade. Was it like called like Beyblade G Revolution or something like that? Yeah, that's the one I remember. Alright, let's see. Let's Beyblade! Teams. Oh, I want... Okay, so Tyson, Max, Ray, and Kai. Alright, that sounds familiar. So I know Tyson had Dragoon. Max had Drasil, correct? Let me see, age, Beyblades. Yeah, Max had Drasil. So Max was like a little blonde haired kid. Ray, yeah, Max had Drasil. Ray had the tiger, right? Yeah, Ray had Drigger. And then, what was Kai's name? What did he have? Dronzer. Okay, yes, this all makes sense now. Dronzer was like the Phoenix thing. Okay, now that that's settled. Okay, so yeah, I just gotta look stuff up sometimes, 'cause I'll be like, man, I feel like this is something I should remember, and I don't, and then it makes me kind of sad. Alright, so we have this, and then Rob's hands actually, this part comes into here. Oh my god, why does this man gotta be so doggone complicated? Are we getting there, folks? Hold on. I promise it won't look scribbly forever. Okay, so he's like... I gotta imagine his hands are like two magnets. Like, he literally... Yeah, he's like this. Like, I don't know. Need some sparkling water. I can't believe we are that old enough though, and Beyblade is still going on. You know what? Funny you say that, because it's like, I feel like it's the same thing for like Pokemon, Digimon, and like Dragon Ball Z. Because I remember like when I first like started watching anime and stuff like that, like one of my aunts hated anime to death. Like she was more like classic like Hanna-Barbera, Scooby-Doo type, Looney Tunes type stuff. So I mean, I could kind of understand how like anime wasn't her cup of tea. But she would always be like, "Oh yeah, it's just a phase you're going through, and it's gonna like." And she'd always like specifically make fun of Digimon too. She'd be like, "Yeah, this is gonna be dead and gone in like 3 years or so," and it's like, meanwhile, fast forward to like 2019, I'm streaming the games and I'm like waiting for the next one to come out like early 2020 in theaters. So yeah, some of these are still going on. Like Beyblade is still a thing. I went to help one of my old teachers at my high school, and she was telling me about like how her son was like super into Beyblade and stuff, and I was just like, oh my god, that's still around. That's awesome. Harlan family, hi, how are you? How are you doing? I hope your day is going good. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I think Mixer's gonna win this week. I think Mixer's gonna win this week. Thank you so much. But yeah. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I think it's like funny how like my family would be like when I was little, like, yeah, Pokemon's gonna die in like 2 or 3 years, or Digimon's gonna be dead and gone in 2 to 3 years, and no one's even gonna remember this, that, or the other. And it's like, meanwhile, Pokemon is like this giant that is like one of the biggest IPs in the whole world, and like, you know what I mean? I think it's so silly. I kind of want to go ask her like, so how did your prediction work out? We are almost done with this, and I can actually start doing the line art. I think it's just the way his arms look was like super funky, and is why it looked harder than it should have been. But oh, thank you so much for the stickers. I can't say this enough, but like Mixer is really cool because people can just like give you like these really cool stickers, and I think the stickers are cooler than the emotes, to be honest. They meant to say that Pokemon's gonna die in 3x 100 years. You're right, Potato Boy. You're right. But yeah, it was either gonna die out or I was gonna outgrow it, and it's just like, well, here I am years later. None of these animes will ever die. They will still make more for the new generation. Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see what Dragon Ball is gonna do next. Super was pretty good for the most part, but I'm gonna be honest, like I hated Tournament of Power. And I know a lot of people will disagree with me, but I'll disagree to disagree because I actually like Pokemon is going to outgrow. Oh yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Though I'm really curious to see if they're gonna give Pokemon to a new developer, or what they're gonna do with that. Because I know like Sword and Shield has been met with terrible reception as of late, and like they even just like released like an article saying like the morale at Game Freak is like at an all-time low, and it's like. And there are some people laughing about like, oh, they bought it all themselves for cutting Pokemon out of the game, or all this. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. I'm slightly peeved that the National Dex isn't in there as well, but at the same time, like that's not a reason to send like death threats to devs and stuff like that. And like, I mean, I don't know. And then like I even found like a Reddit thread where people were legit like Nintendo is issuing refunds on the eShop for people that are disappointed that not all the Pokemon are in there, and they're legit honoring the discount. I mean the refunds, and but it's an eShop credit. But the fact that they're doing that is like really crazy. So I'm really curious to see how Sword and Shield's gonna do. I'm still gonna get the game, but I'm curious to see how it's gonna do sales wise and how like it's gonna be received by the public once it's actually released. I mean, I do understand they cut 400 Pokemon, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's right to throw like devs under the bus that have gave us like such a great childhood. I understand like if you're disappointed about something, just kind of throw your 2 cents out there and keep moving. But to like freaking harass the crap out of them like that, that's crazy, yo. actually, and I'm gonna switch my color once again, and I promise it's gonna start looking pretty. Sometimes when the company tries something new, the fans may not like it, but we need to suck it up and just deal with it. Yeah, that's I definitely agree with that too. Like I just maybe feel like the marketing could have been a little bit better in terms of like which ones were getting cut and stuff. Because like I understand like Pokemon's slogan used to be like gotta catch them all. And I do know like they actually retired that slogan. But at the same time, it's like even though the main point of Pokemon isn't to catch them all anymore, they still carried all of the old generations over to the new generations to give people the option. So I'm guessing at that point, like because of the start of their slogan or how their campaign started, like with the older series, it's just kind of like an unwritten rule or expected now. And I feel if it wasn't the point of Pokemon anymore, they probably should have just started cutting them earlier if they knew they were going to run into this problem. But from what I'm reading from some responses, people just aren't happy with how like that Game Freak wasn't as transparent as they could have been. But yeah, like I'm curious to see what they're going to do about it. Honestly, I would like them to stop making Pokemon games every 2 years. Like take a break, come back refreshed. Make something like freaking awesome. Like, I don't think churning games out every 2 years is even healthy for the workers, you know? I mean, but I'm pretty sure there was like some upper influences that were like, yeah, like cracking the whip on them, trying to have them rush development and whatnot, because they just worked on another game too. Like, what was it? Like, Little Town Boy or some Small Town Boy or something like that. Like, and it's like they had to work on that and rush that out the door just so they could get back to working on Sword and Shield. Little Town Heroes, that's what it was. Little Town Boy. always let me know when I'm making stuff up. But I'm still gonna get Sword and Shield because here's why. Who doesn't want to play an open world Pokemon game where you get to roam around in a 3D environment and like just like okay, so the environments don't look as good as they could be, and with them cutting like 400 Pokemon, I feel like because like Switch cartridges can hold up to like 36 gigs potentially. Yeah, I heard that it flopped as well, and I heard that they like had to rush it out during production so they can actually try to like so they can get back to trying to work on Pokemon, which apparently they also had to rush into production. Yeah, so it's like at least Sword and Shield like still has the Pokemon in it, and so it's like what I was saying is like. Granted, yeah, the Switch cartridge can hold up to potentially 32 gigs, but the fact that it's like they said that they cut they cut some Pokemon so they could work on the animations of others and make the animations better, but then like some people ended up comparing animations side by side and some of them were like not touched at all. So I don't really know what all was going on, but I'm still kind of excited for like a 3D Pokemon adventure. But one thing I will tell you that is getting on my nerves, like people keep comparing like Pokemon Sword and Shield to like Digimon Cyber Sleuth, and in terms of like how many monsters are in the game, and I'm like, y'all do know Cyber Sleuth is not new. Just because y'all are just now hearing about it because it got ported to the Switch doesn't mean it's new. This game is a 15-year-old PlayStation Vita game. And Vita games only held like about 2 to 4 gigs. So it's just like, why are y'all comparing how many Digimon are in this game to a game that could potentially hold 36 gigs? I don't think that's a fair comparison at all. Let me see. I don't mind no-touch animation because I look at it from a game designer standpoint, which I hate doing. I don't mind reusing animations because I do the same. No, for sure. Like, I would definitely reuse assets as well. Like, even when I'm doing, like, graphic design, if somebody asks for something that looks similar to something else, I'll be like, yep, I already did that, so I'm just going to throw this in here and change the color or do this, that, and the other. But I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day. I don't know how this is going to do. I mean, I don't want to like see it flop, because I'm sure they did their best if they really were put under like really bad circumstances, and there was like, if there really was like micromanaging going on from above to make them like do decisions that they weren't really comfortable with. So we shall see, but I think that's wild that Nintendo is actually legitimately giving people refunds on eShop for Pokemon. Though I'm not gonna lie, I saw the leak and I saw everybody who made the cut and who didn't, and legit like a lot of my favorite Pokemon from later gens got cut. And I'm like looking at who my team is gonna be, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna look like a Gen 1er, man. Like, that's not a good look. I'm kind of sad about the starters not coming back, because like Cyndaquil is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon. So that kind of shot me right through the heart. But it's cool though, because some of the newer ones look like they'll end up being my favorite as well. Oh no, same. But when I play through the game, I'm probably gonna use a lot of the new ones. Yeah, same. Cause if the leaks that I saw of like Scarbunny's evolution are like true, then I mean he's no King Kazuma. Like, I picked him expecting him to look like King Kazuma from Summer Wars, but I mean he still looks pretty cool. That's facts. I didn't want to look like a Zoomer either. But yeah, like I do feel kind of bad for people, because again, even though Pokemon has not used the slogan "Gotta catch them all," again, it's to a lot of people, it's an unwritten rule. And you know, you started your first three gens with that, and then you also included every previous gen in the newest one, again, to give people the option to do so. And I do know like there are people out there that take pride in completing the national dex. I mean, I never did. I'm not doing all that. So it doesn't really apply to me, but even though I don't take pride in like completing the whole national dex, even if you cut it, you're still cutting someone's favorite somewhere. So it kind of sucks. So in a way, I can see why people were mad, but at the same time, it doesn't warrant like beating the dev team down from heck and back. Like, I feel really terrible about, like, if y'all want to just think about this for a second. What if like Game Freak hired an intern to do the social media PR? Like, that dude must be that intern's probably think he's doing something wrong, because it's like, why does everyone hate my posts? But no. But yeah, that would have been go. Like, I mean, I'm still gonna pick him anyways, because I like bunnies and he really does look like it could be like King Kazuma's son. I'm still gonna pick him though. Let me see. So this is where I was having trouble. So this base actually comes out and forms a circle here. And then he's going to evolve into Bugs Bunny. I don't know, man. Some of like the huge, what is it called? The Gigantamax forms or whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that all kinds of wrong. But like, we totally could have like the Chungus Bugs Bunny. It would match right in with the Pikachu. But another question that I've actually been getting like quite a lot is like, when I get like, if I'm getting Sword and Shield, am I going to stream it? No, I'm actually not going to stream Sword and Shield. Generally I don't Chungus Mega Evolved. Generally I don't really stream games like on my first playthrough, because like I kind of just want to enjoy, like kind of take time to enjoy the game for myself. And also when I stream, it feels like work, and not that working is a bad thing, but I kind of want Pokemon to be that thing that I enjoy when I'm not streaming, or when I don't feel like I'm working. So that'd be kind of like my relaxation thing, but I'll still be streaming Cyber Sleuth for sure though. Because actually doing a second playthrough that game without like the tactician USBs has been actually really interesting. I did not realize how blessed I was when I did Hacker's Memory, and it was one of the first farm items that they made for me. Like I didn't realize how blessed I was. Because I know I saved Scum in the PS4 version, but then when I got Hacker's Memory, I'm like, no, I'm going to play it the correct way, and then like they granted me like a tactician USB like as like my first, it was like the first draw in the farm, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. But I haven't been that lucky on the Switch version yet, so... Let me see. I need my guidelines. Okay, so I have like this little light blue square here. What I use that for is like, I do turn these into keychains, and like I explain like every time that I'm doing this, like I try to actually utilize a full square, so that way it's like if a customer buys a keychain, then they're technically getting more bang for their buck, because I know that, you see I actually have this example here. I'm going to merge these. Like I would rather design take a full square than like just have like how I have these green lines right here. Because if I only draw a character that fits in like this space right here, then you have like all of this scrap left over around here when they cut it out of the acrylic board. But if I try to like utilize like a whole entire square per se, instead of getting a charm that's like 1.5 inches tall, you're also getting one that's like 1.5 inches wide instead of just including the height. Because you get charged when you do charm manufacturing, you actually get charged by the height of the charm, and whatever else like just kind of falls into place. So I mean, it's like, why not try to get the most bang for my buck if you're only charging for the height? So I'm going to try to maximize the width as well. So I'm trying to think about how I want this base to work, because when this comes down like this, I am actually going to, hold on, pick another color here, because I want, it does need to actually fit in the square. So, and I'm actually gonna, yeah, put that on another layer. So I know like this is gonna be more so like this. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot of like preliminary thought and stuff that goes into actually doing the initial sketches. They're really my least favorite part, to be completely honest. Well, not my least favorite, because it's like, it gets worse when I actually have to do like the thick lines, because I actually draw those by hand. So like, it's a toss-up between the sketch and the actual line art, for sure. So I know like it's gonna be circular up here, and then it's kind of an octagon, so it would be more like this, and then that would come up like this. I think it's an octagon. I may not know my shapes, guys. Don't pay too much attention to me. So we'll do this. And then, because it's on another layer, I can kind of bring it down just to see like where I'm at with things. Okay. So this wouldn't show anyway because the hands are here. This has like a bar that goes here and comes around this way and then actually falls down here. Okay, I'm actually gonna make that thicker, and then so that circle follows this around like this, and then comes up like this, and then would fall down like that. Okay, that makes sense, because then this would follow that around like that. And kind of go back here. Okay, yeah, and that's kind of simplified. And then that would like repeat that and follow that around. But yeah, I think I'm overall excited for Sword and Shield. like I wasn't at first when I was like, oh yeah, so many cuts, but at the same time, it's just like villain, you're right. Like if I tend to take a step back and look at things from like more of like a production standpoint. And it's the same as like with art. Like if somebody asks you to do a commission and they're like, "Oh, I gotta pay for it." It's like, well, yeah, I'm doing work. Of course, you gotta pay for it. Um, a lot of people don't understand the work that goes into actually producing things or making content. And game devs are no different. Like there are still people too. Like why? Like I understand people want products and they want them a certain way. And no offense to Game Freak or anything, but they could probably toughen up because like look how much harassment Sakurai has gotten over the years, man. And Sakurai's just one man. Maybe they can like take a page from Sakurai and understand how like just because Sakurai does whatever he wants, and if people don't like it, he just like don't ask me for anything ever again. But you do your best, but sometimes you got to understand from like a developer perspective. And it's just like, okay, so you have Pokemon in an open world now where everything has essentially been on rails in a really small map in a really small area. But now you kind of have like full-size characters. They're walking around on like full-size maps. I feel like if you're too lazy to do all the animations and stop making new Pokemon. Yeah. I agree. I kind of agree with that because like, is there really like an expectation of how many new Pokemon people actually want per gen? It never hurts to have new ones because some of the new ones look really cool. Like that black, I don't know what its name is, but it's like this black crow that flies around or something. It's like really big. So I was actually really sad that Murkrow got cut, but then when I saw like the black crow from the new game, I'm like, you know what, that's fine. Yeah, him. The Crobanite, yeah, like he looks dope. Like there's not too many Pokemon designs that I look at where I'm just like, yo, that's it. But like some of these newer ones, like they've been tickling my fancy. Okay, so I'm gonna do and he's down here and he has like little feet. Yeah, like Corviknight, oh my gosh, I don't know. I just might run with a whole team of 6 of those. Like, I'm just kidding, I won't. But his design is really freaking sweet though. I love it to death. But I kind of do feel really bad for like people that were like hardcore shiny hunters, or like the people that would like puppy mill breed their Pokemon until they got the perfect stats and everything. You seem like an intelligent person. Do you have any ideas on a good way to save energy in the future that is barely heard of or hasn't been done? For example, a lot of people don't know what nuclear fusion is. I want a variety of ideas for a competition that I'm entering. Sorry if this is being really long and totally off topic. Love you and your stream. No, that's... You know what? It doesn't matter if it's off topics. We're gonna talk about it. Ways to actually conserve, like, energy. Like, I haven't really thought about it on a big scale, but, like, I feel like solar... Definitely, like, solar panels are a really good start. But I understand, like, some people that's, like, not really cost efficient. If I could afford solar panels to put on my house, I definitely would, because, trust me, I don't like paying my monopoly behind the electric company that we have here in the city. But also, like, wind-powered energy. But when you kind of get into territory like that, it's not a matter of if we can do it, it's a matter of like, are people going to cooperate to do it? Because I know like when I was kind of looking into it, just out of my own curiosity, people are like, oh, like all these little windmills in the field look really lame and they look really bad, and I don't like the way they look and they're too intrusive, and we should have more trees. And I was like, I mean, I would rather have like a field of like little windmill things helping conserve energy than have like a bunch of like oil dumped into our water and stuff like that. So while I don't have any ideas per se of like my own, I do know for a fact that if we do want to like legitimately like find cleaner and better ways of like using energy, that it's gonna take like an actual group effort. And you're gonna have some really good spokespeople on your side to actually convince people why we should like stop using like coal or gas or things of that nature. Because some people just kind of stick with what they know, even if it's not like the most optimal thing to do. So sometimes things like that can just really be settled in like mature debates or conversations, or just kind of educating the public on what it is that you want them to know. People are more likely to say no to something they don't understand. So that's a very real thing too. And I can really relate to that, even with something as simple as art and my project that I'm trying to do. And not to take it completely off topic, but I've been trying to get funding for my art project that I want to do. Basically, what I'm currently doing is I'm taking like for every art sale that I get, I'm taking and putting aside about like 10%. And with that 10%, if I see streamers that are like streaming to raise money for new equipment, if I see somebody that needs like a drawing tablet, or if I see somebody that's like needs drawing software, I don't want anybody to be like, excluded from having the opportunity to chase their dreams because of financial situations. So even though I'm not making that much, I still donate to people on stream, even though if technically it is the last penny that I have to my name, because starving artists is a really real thing. But so with that, what I plan on doing is when I can actually set enough money aside for myself, I want to like buy drawing tablets and take them around to different like underprivileged schools in the neighborhood, or like rec centers, like nonprofits like Boys and Girls Club and stuff like that, and just kind of teach people what I'm doing here on stream, but instead they can do it hands-on. I've already kind of went to like the Chamber of Commerce, and I spoke to like Small Business Administration. I pitched the ideas to business owners, but a lot of them, and I also went to like One Spark, which is like a creators convention fair that happens in my city like once every 4 or 5 years or so. And I actually got accepted, but I legitimately had one person say like, what you're trying to do with the art and gaming and esports and all that other stuff, I don't understand how that's supposed to help kids. And I kind of had to break it down to them like, hey, look, would you rather a kid be inside drawing, trying to practice a craft, or outside like doing unnecessary stuff on the streets and possibly get shot because they got mixed up with the wrong people? And I know that's kind of dark, but the thing is like, if people don't understand your reasoning, or like why you're approaching a situation a specific way, or they don't understand the importance behind it, because I'm all for trying to give kids something to do as a preventative measure, like catch them when they're down, help them when they need help, so that way they understand that they can actually go to people for help, that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to want support. It's okay to ask for support. But like I legit had somebody come to me and say like, well, how is this more important than actually like feeding like kids or clothing homeless people? And for me it's like, well, it's not a measuring contest. It's everything has its purpose, everything has its place. Like, just because you personally don't find the value in something, it doesn't mean that it's not valuable. So it's our job to not get upset at the fact that somebody doesn't know something. It's our job to be well educated enough in what it is we're trying to present to the world, so we can present it to people in a way that they can understand, so that way they can be more open to accepting what it is we're trying to do. So while I couldn't really like answer your question directly, Spook Sandwich, I hope that helped in a way. So yeah, I've had many people scoff at my dream and what I want to do in my city, and they're just like, well, okay, well, if we get these kids computers, they're already spoiled, or they don't need tablets and stuff. But it's just like, what about the kids that are legitimately like trying to become animators? What about the kids that are legitimately trying to go into like gaming fields? And then on top of that, it's just like, what about people that are becoming content creators? There's so much passive income around that, like, I just missed some real talk apparently. No, we're just talking about like trying to convince people, like if you have like a vision or something that you're trying to present or convince people that they should like be interested in or look into, like if somebody says like they don't see the value in it, instead of like getting mad at them, just like kindly explain your stance, because most people will say no to an idea that they don't understand. And so, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at right now. Let me turn this fan on. Hey, Hector, what's up? Okay, so we are finally done with this R.O.B, and we are about to do the line art, guys. Now let me smash that save button, because I need to get better at saving. Hector, how are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. Potato Boy, that is some real talk. I try to keep it as real as I possibly can. Spooked Sandwich, yes, I hope that helped you. It may not have been the exact answer you were looking for, but I hope that kind of shed some light on what it is you should be doing to get people to see things from different perspectives. Because, you know, and that actually brings me to another story as well. Like, when I worked my day job, they actually tried to promote me to full time, and despite me being one of the youngest people there, I mean, I still have really good work ethic. Like, honestly, like, age doesn't really determine that. You're either a hard worker or you're not. I've seen some lazy teens, but I've also seen some lazy adults. Because, like, when I worked my day job, I was a trainer, so I trained people that were anywhere between like age 17 to age 40, and I've definitely like seen this on like both sides. But you know, I got recommended for a promotion, and they actually started trying to train me in another area, and it was taking a lot of time out of my day because of course I kind of did art on the side, and I was trying to balance that part-time job with my art because I considered my art. I'm a lazy adult and I feel personally attacked. Oh man. I mean, I'm pretty like lazy now. If I could show y'all my table, it's pretty messy. Like, I got like 6 water bottles and like, ooh, electrolytes. But no, like, for sure, like, I was up for a promotion, so they started like training me in a different area, and then like one of my coworkers got mad because they were there for like 10 plus years or something, and they, I guess, didn't agree with the recommendation that I was getting training or whatever, and when I ultimately ended up turning down the full-time position, you know, they came to me and they're like, oh, you're crazy, there was people that would kill for that, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, I mean, I have other things that I want to do with my life. Like, I don't plan on staying at this job my whole entire life. So, I mean, the position's free now, you can try to get it, I guess. You know. And so when she was like, what's more important than getting full-time here? And I explained, like, I literally like explained to her what I was trying to do with the kids, and I showed her like stuff with my art, and I'd already showed her like the kids that I helped and like the conventions that I went to and stuff like that. And she legit like almost like rolled her eyes and scoffed and was just like, oh, sweetie, you need a backup plan. And I was like, you know, and again, it's just because she didn't see the value in what I was doing. It is. This is definitely a My Hero jacket. It's pretty cool, isn't it? It's like, it's so comfy. Yeah, it's my favorite jacket. But yeah, so like with that situation there, it's like I could have been really upset at her. Like, you are a very insensitive, probably insert some colorful language here and there. But, you know, I kind of had to come back with, hey, this is why I'm doing it, and I feel like I'm a better fit here than I would be there. Because, I mean, it's like, with or without me at this place, these boxes are still going to get delivered to customers. But Yeah, I hate when people say that you need a backup plan because no one sees the value of what your dream is. Um, exactly, and I thought that was like really odd that she said that, like, despite that I was still working a job. Like, I would expect someone to say that if you just like throw everything out the window and stop everything you're doing to just do art. But the fact of the matter is, like, I was literally still holding down that job when she said that, and it's just like, why would I need like a backup plan if this is something I'm doing like as a side grind to my current job? So, and again, like that's just gonna be the reality of it. And like even when I got accepted to even when I got accepted to like the creator, like the really big like creator business like entrepreneurs fair in my city called One Spark, they put me in what's that term? There's like a term where it's like you help people or something, like humanitarian.
Humanitarian.
That word, there it is. I know y'all probably heard Google say that. So anyhow, when I submitted my idea to OneSpark, like I had got denied like two additional times like in past years. Like I've been trying to get into this convention thing since like 2014, maybe even sooner than that. And I got denied like both times. And then finally, like 2017, I finally got accepted. So I went like all out. And I can kind of show y'all a little bit of what it is that I do. But here's the part that sucked about it. Oh yeah, and also like I live in Florida. Shout out to my sister driving all the way from Indiana to come see my booth. Like that's like love, man. So supportive. Let me see. So this was One Spark 2000 and 17 or 18. The older you get, all your years just start bashing together. It's a proven fact. Okay. So I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Okay, so these are some of the images for when I did One Spark. So I finally got accepted into this. So what I do is I'll pull my my computer and I'll take like my Cintiqs and my drawing tablets out there, and then I'll like kind of give motivational speeches and whatnot, and then I'll let the kids come in and actually yeah, that was my setup right there. So I'll let the kids come in and actually play on my drawing tablets to actually show their parents like, hey, this is what you can do with this. This is what you can, this is the type of stuff that your kids can actually learn from and become content creators or go into like an art field or something. And we actually, I was able to convince a couple of parents to actually buy drawing tablets for their kids. And it was actually really, it was phenomenal. Like, we did so much here, and I actually had like a lot of investors walk up to me and ask how they could help. And the thing that sucked about that, like, while that sounds good, ultimately what ended up happening is they shout out to the supportive sisters. Hey, that's awesome. So see, I hate Plan B. Plan B is a safety net for a Plan A. If I only have a Plan A, then I'll try harder to succeed, and Plan B is just taking away resources. Tiny artist, I saw her. Yeah, you did. She's tiny artist. Yeah, Hector, no, I completely agree. While it is important to have like a backup plan, like that I will agree with her on, but just the way she presented it was just so slightly, I didn't appreciate it. But again, I do see things from other people's angles. Like, again, if somebody doesn't see the value in something, of course they would react like that. So I try not to take things too personally when people act like that, and I think that's probably one of the most mature things that you can do as an artist, because it's like once you start kind of arguing with, Pixel, I definitely agree with that. That's a really true statement. So and that's the thing, like, sometimes when you try to explain stuff to people, you may never get through to them, or they may never actually. Okay, Spook Sandwich, that's what's up. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so whenever you're free, just stop back by. You have a good night. But yeah, like, you may never even be able to explain to somebody why what you want to do is important, and that's okay, because it's not your job to, like, try to please everyone on the face of the planet. You just do what you can do. Alright, so now we have this. And so I'm going to hide, these are my original sketches that I started with, and I'm actually going to hide these sketches under here. And that leaves me with the cleaner sketches that I actually have these shapes and everything blocked out of. So this is a good, this is a good ground to start on here. But yeah, so when I went to OneSpark, they actually put me in like a, I done forgot how to pronounce the words, like humanitarian. They put me in that category because, like, I was helping, like, I wanted to help kids with my art and actually, you know, try to show them a better way of life with the talents that they have. So other people in my category, like, they had an educational category as well, which was like coding, painting, how to do murals and stuff like that, which was more of that. So I thought maybe I was going to be put over there, but because I was using my art to try to help the community, they stuck me in with other programs like one of my competitors that I was up against in this category was like somebody that was like legitimately like saving people from human trafficking and giving them jobs. Another one was like clothing and shelter for homeless vets, clothing and food for underprivileged kids. So the thing, oh my gosh, I'm just like, my pen's like all types of falling apart. I've done dropped this pen like 7 times and like rolled over with my chair, and it's still pretty sturdy. The only thing that happens is the tip kind of falls off from now and then, and it's like kind of stripped, but as if it's been like screwed on too tight. But other than that, it's like still good. But yeah, so they had me in categories with stuff like that, and while I didn't think anything of it at first, I actually had other people. Yeah, I know, they're really not cheap. But like, while I didn't think about anything about it at first, I had people come up to me, they're like, wow, I really like your program, but it sucks because it's not going to be able to hold a candle to like stuff that's already happened. Like, for example, providing clothing or food for a situation that has already happened. And, you know, I had some people kind of express to me like how they like how my program is more of like a preventative measure, but they said like, it sucks that I wasn't going to get a lot of votes because a lot of people weren't going to see, like, they see the value in trying to give kids something to do, but it's not going to be more important than clothing like homeless vets or feeding underprivileged kids or saving people from human trafficking. So that was kind of my experience at OneSpark. And while it kind of sucked that I was up against like problems in the world that were a lot more like dire than what I was trying to service, like actually appeal to, but it doesn't mean that your idea is like worthless just because somebody puts more value into something than someone else. So there's just always a lot of different ways that you can look at stuff. This here. Zio, I feel you on that. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. But yeah, like if something you're doing just isn't like working, it doesn't mean that it wasn't meant to work. It just means like maybe you just have to go about a different way of like doing it, maybe. Because yeah, like again, one of the biggest problems I'm running into is like people like when I present my idea or I'm at like a family friendly event or something and they come to my booth and they're like, "Oh, how do I sign my kid up for this?" Or "I would love to enroll my kid in something like this." And this is exactly what they need. And they'll be like, "Well, how much is it to enroll or how do I enroll them or how do I volunteer?" And it's like, "Lady, I don't have 20K right now to buy all the equipment. Like right now, this is like strictly an idea phase that I know exactly how I want to work, but I don't really have the funding or the networking to make it happen as of right now." And again, I know like I share this story a lot, but like again, when I was at this one event and then like one lady was legit about to write me a check for 5K, and then I was like, that's like you're donating that to me like because you want to see the program succeed, right? Or are you needing like a tax write-off? And she's like, "Oh, I would need a tax write-off." I'm like, "Well, I'm not a 501c3. I'm just like an artist that wants to help kids." And she's like, "Oh, well, if you're not a nonprofit, then I can't do it." And then like she put her checkbook away. And, like my heart was just shattered into thousands of pieces. But that's also another thing that I'm running into a lot is like people like say they want to help, but it's like they also want that tax write-off. So I don't know if they really want to help or not. Like I really like your story. It inspired me to keep going with my dreams. Oh, Zio, thank you so much. I'm glad like I can shed like some light on some things because like it's really easy for someone to look at somebody else and just assume that like they have all their stuff together. Because like I know when I'm out at like when I was at CEO for example, and I know I keep referencing this a lot, but it's like a lot happened at that event. You know, I had somebody like come up to my table like, "Man, how many years did it take you to like get this good to actually be an artist, like actually get picked to be an artist at a table? And you must be making like a lot of money." Or it is just like, "No, bro, it's just baby steps. It's one step at a time." Like I was denied like I was denied a couple of conventions before I was accepted into this one. And like, did y'all know I was even denied from the School of the Arts when I tried out for it in middle school? Like legit, one of the conductors there like told me like there's more to life than art and that I could probably find something that I'm good at. If that just gives y'all any perspective on where I'm coming from. So yeah, I was denied from the School of the Arts, but I mean, I didn't let that stop me. I just still kept doing what I wanted to do. Because I guess when I look at life, it's just like a whole series of doors. Like just because like one closes, it doesn't mean like all of them are gonna stay closed. Well, Zio, yeah, well here's the thing though. It was actually a blessing that I got denied from the School of the Arts. Because had I not went to middle school, I never would have met my best friends. Like if I didn't go to that normal middle school, I never would have met my best friends. And my life would not have turned out the way that it has now. Zio, you know what? You know what? Let me tell you something. Had I not went to middle school and met my best friend, I never would have went to the church camp and met you. So if you want to put that into perspective. I still can't believe we met at church camp. My god, that was so long ago. Like, um yeah, so yeah, that's a thing. And then again, like had I not went to a normal middle school, like if I would say I did get accepted into La Villa School of the Arts, that I probably would have ended up going to Douglas Anderson where I would have been doing a lot more traditional art. But because like I ended up getting accepted into Frank H. Peterson, which is a technical academy, I was able to like use computers and technology, and that's why I'm more like into digital art. I feel like I learned a lot there, and then I was able to actually go on to like do a bunch of different competitions that I ended up winning like a lot of awards for. For banner design, I got like in high school, I got first place in the whole entire state of Florida. For graphic design, I got second place in the entire state of Florida. And then for a job skills demonstration, I actually went in front of like a panel of judges and demonstrated how to do digital art, which was more specifically how to do comics. So I showed them how to do the line art. I showed them how I colored. Like, I went up on stage and I had like a whole entire Mac desktop from school, and I was just like, "So this is how I do this." And I had like my little whiteboard next to me and everything. And I got third in the whole entire state of Florida. I ended up getting some scholarships from it. But the thing is like, had I not got denied from the School of the Arts, I wouldn't have been able to experience or do any of that. So I definitely look back at a lot of things in my life where it's like, oh, I wish it could have been this way. But then when I think about, like, if it was that way, how many things I wouldn't have experienced, then it's like, well, you know what? I'm actually glad it turned out this way. Trying to save money to get a new Wacom tablet. What kind of tablet are you currently using, if you don't mind me asking? Wait. I don't know about that. I want this to be more like. So are you looking to getting like Intos, or like you're actually trying to get one like you can actually draw on the screen? Or because there's like a big difference between like some of the tablets. But if you're looking to get like a Cintiq, let's see, a Wacom Bamboo, it's kind of small and old, and I don't have a desk to use on my lap to draw, but sometimes it falls off my lap, and USB cable's kind of loose and weak connection. It is not strong anymore as it used to be. Oh, okay. That shouldn't be too hard to replace. But also know that I'll get the brand for you, but if you're ever looking to save money for like one of the tablets that you can actually draw onto the like a tablet where you can actually draw onto the screen, I know there's like a company, I think it's called Hyuin or something like that. They do offer wireless connections. Yes, Blade, that one. Zio, the brand that Blade just said in the Twitch chat. You can look into those too, because I've heard they work just as good as Wicoms. Yeah. Like, you don't have to go all out and just like spend money on a Wacom Cintiq. And like, so Blade uses one, and I know like 3 other people that use one and say that they work just as good. And so if you want to like try to save up like a little bit more money, because how much are they, Blade? Are those ones about like 300-ish? Because I know that sounds like a lot of money, but honestly, like if you want to get a Wacom one for like that does the exact same thing, you're gonna be looking at 800 to like 4K, which is ridiculous. But like I think it's worth it, because I've actually had people that okay, you're comfortable with the yeah, 300 or 400. Okay, yeah, definitely. Because if you want to get one where you're drawing on the screen, but you're like strapped for cash, then I definitely cannot recommend Wacom, really. The newer ones are about 600 now. Okay. Yeah, because I know like I tried to like when I drew on a regular Bamboo, like it was really hard for me because I don't know if it's like a orientation type thing, or because like drawing on the tablet like this way and then seeing it pop up on the screen like that way, I think there was like something wrong with like the orientation in my mind or something, because like I couldn't get it. Like it was really hard for me. A lot of times like I would have to mask with my mouse, like with point and click and stuff like that, and then try to color with the Bamboo. And I got so frustrated that I was like, oh hey, I feel like digital art is not for me because I just cannot get this to work. But like, I'm not even joking, like as soon as I got my first Cintiq, like I started off with a Cintiq 12, I saved up enough money doing commissions and I was able to get a Cintiq 12. And oh my gosh, like suddenly I could shade, suddenly I can draw straight lines, like suddenly I could well, not straight lines, but I could do like decent line art. But it's like suddenly I can do all this stuff. So it's not that the tablet is it's not that the tablet is going to give you like this super boost, but for some people it just feels more natural to draw on a screen. Yes, I'm still using my 12-year-old Wacom Graphics 4. Wow. My first tablet I bought a long time ago at Best Buy. I mean, they last a long time. Like, my Bamboo still works. Like, but I gave it to one of my friends because he wanted to try to do digital art, but I had that thing for like a while and it still worked. So yeah. You can do that. Let's see. Yeah, my Bamboo still works too. I had it for travel art, but I let my brother use it. I am tired of using a USB. I want a wireless tablet, something like an iPad. Yeah, you can do that. Oh, Blade just literally said that. Yeah, you can do that. But Wacom does offer wireless connections now. Speaking of like an iPad, Zio, do you plan on doing all of your art? Like, how do you plan on actually like tackling the process of your art? Like, are you going to be doing like, do you want like an iPad just so you can draw on the go, or do you plan on like doing all of your art on your iPad? Because if you want to try the Wacom Cintiq, I mean, of course you would have to have it connected to like a PC or something, but I mean, of course, like even if you had an iPad, you could still like transfer your drawings back and forth, like between your iPad and your PC. But I do know if you have an Apple, you can actually use your iPad as like a tablet to draw directly onto the screen, and you can have a mirror onto the screen too. I've seen people do that, but I don't think you can do that with like iPad and Windows. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm just not sure if you can. If I have an iPad, I would use it only for PC. Just need to buy a dongle to get it working. Okay, you can do it with Windows? Cool, cool. But yeah, you can definitely do that too. Like that works. Because I've seen people do that as like a cheaper alternative to getting like a tablet that you can actually draw on. But yeah, Blade said it actually works with Windows too, so that's definitely an option you could look into doing too. So I'm not drawing these completely aligned right now, because again, I still have to go back through and do like the super thick lines. Potato Boy, let me see. Ibis Paint X. I actually have not heard of that. What is that? Let me look that up. Drawing paint apps. Okay. Oh wow, I'm looking it up right now. Some of the stuff people have been doing on this looks lit. That's what's up. Well, it would be nice to have it on the go, but I don't know how the connection goes when transferring art from iPad Photoshop to PC Photoshop. Do they have Photoshop on the iPad? Like an actual full... Hold on. Oh, it's a new thing? Okay. How much does it cost though? Like, would you have to double pay for it? Like, would you have to pay for like a Adobe Creative Cloud subscription on your iPad and then also have it for Windows, or does that just come with it? Oh, Steve, thank you so much for the subscription on YouTube. What is up? Wycom does have tablets that you can use on the go. It's the Cintiq Mobile Studio. I have a 2019 hack version of Photoshop on my PC. Alright. Now that we have established that, I'm gonna hide your comments so the police don't come after you. YouTube, thank you so much for the subscription. Like, I might actually reach my YouTube goal this week, which is actually like crazy because I didn't think my YouTube would get that much attention, to be honest. Because I'm essentially I am restarting my YouTube all over again. I'm gonna use Photoshop on the iPad and get the Adobe Cloud. Yeah. But yeah, like essentially I'm like starting my YouTube all over again because like in 2007, 2008, even further back, like 2006, I would do like AMVs and stuff like that, like anime music videos, and put like clips to like animes over like different music. But that was back before YouTube had like the copyright and all that other stuff, so like it was the Wild West back in those YouTube days. Anything kind of went. But eventually a lot of my videos got pegged with copyright, and my account almost got terminated, so I kind of stopped using it. But I decided to come back and do like art tutorials, and of course with like royalty-free music as well. So trying to rebuild my YouTube back from that, like yeah, I still have like 600 something subscribers. Before I left, I was almost at, it was like 800, like 50-ish, maybe 60. But I did lose a lot of them on my like 10-year hiatus. But let me see, I remember the Digimon Data Squad No Giving Up AMV. I hope you're oh my god, I remember that too. I actually was able to download them. Even though YouTube blocks them, they still give you the option to download them. So I was able to download all of my AMVs, like thankfully. So I can at least have them as a reminder of like where I started. But the thing that kind of sucks about that is YouTube's algorithm is not going to know what to do with my videos, because I used to do like Digimon AMVs when I first started the page, but now I'm doing like Smash Brothers and Nintendo art, so the algorithm is probably like, what do you want from me? What is it that you want me to do? I don't understand what you're asking. So like I'm really surprised that people are even finding my channel, to be completely honest. But yeah, Steve, how is your day going? I hope your day's been going good, and thank you so much for coming through the stream. What's going on? Oh, no. I'm just gonna have this come down like this and kind of connect here. the style could be kind of simplified. As long as I can see. Let me see, I just need one more example of R.O.B Smash Bros. What does his arm look like on the side? Search Google for image. Large, please. Okay. Thank you, Google. You're so kind. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at that all kinds of wrong. Okay. I see exactly what I did now. Jeez. Okay, well at least I had that part right, and then I had this part right. And then... Okay, there we go. That looks right. Jeez. It was driving me insane because I couldn't figure out what I was looking at, but I didn't visualize it correctly in my mind. Alright. Actually, that's actually going to be a little bit thicker than that, so the line would come more this way. Alright. Yeah, like, Splatoon has some really, really nice music, Zio. I really like Splatoon's album. Decaf Squirrel, how are you doing today? Thank you so much for the blue heart sticker. I love these things. This is the little, like this. Will come like this. And then we'll see like the opposite side of like the inside of his hand because technically, oh wait, not like that. That's gonna go straight down. So that way you can see this come up like this. And I think that's how that square should have been blocked out. Okay. And you have like the black thing that comes out like this. Gonna come up like that. So he has not like that. We are not gonna have any of this nonsense. Hold up. How to fix that. He definitely has like a little black part in there. Yeah, no. This hold on, let me get copy image. Okay, so his hands come down and he has like little black, like he has like little black squares on the inside of them. So yeah, this man is like really. Is that piece of junk Nintendo robot, like the NES robot? It is. Splatterpie, how are you doing? How are you doing? Is that it? Yeah, Rob is actually in Smash. He is. The little Nintendo robot. Yeah, he's in there. Like this is the actual like that's how he actually looks. Hey, that's not a render, that's a picture of the actual thing. Yeah, he's in there. Like, boy, everyone's in Smash. Like, I was surprised when I saw Duck Hunt get in Smash. The thing was such garbage. But yeah, like, this is actually a thing. So was the Power Glove. Don't talk smack about the Power Glove. Maskclown, hi, how are you? How has your day been going? Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Okay, I am actually going to... I'm getting kind of tired of doing a line art right now, so I'm actually going to go ahead and, Alright, so for those of you that are new here, I'm actually drawing the entire Smash cast in Yoshi's Island style, so now I'm actually going to go and start doing, like, this really thick, like, kind of jagged outline. And so, really when doing these, like, the lines don't really have to connect, because again, I gotta go back over them and do, like, this thick outline, jagged outline anyways, so. Alright. I can actually turn that down a bit. Rob is here to brawl. Yeah. I could not deal with Rob in Brawl. I had a friend that mained Rob, and I couldn't beat him worth of, like, beans, man. But to be fair, that's back when I played like a scrub, because I'm gonna be honest, I played Smash since 64, and I did not know what a tilt attack was until Smash 4. If that gives anybody any idea of... Yeah, it's pretty bad. So looking back on it, if I were to replay him, I probably could beat him, like, at Brawl, maybe. I can't even say that, because, like, Yoshi has changed so much in each game. Like, honestly, he had, like, a really crap recovery until, like Smash Wii U, where he could pop himself slightly up with the eggs. He didn't always have that. So I feel like if I were to go back and try to play an older version, like, I would die every time, so I would expect, like, to, like, actually... Did you miss anything? We kind of got some line art done on top of all these really sloppy sketches. So no, you didn't miss much. Mass Clown, do you like drawing? Everybody definitely learns at, like, different rates and everything, so... Like, just to kind of show people what we've been working on. So I did Mr. Game & Watch a couple of weeks ago, when I first started the stream. We're working on R.O.B now, but we also have completed Lucario. And, let me see, Duck Hunt was fun to do. We have Mr. Villager, which I'm going to go back and make some slight adjustments to, because he's super cute. I like Villager. Kitty, which I'm going to make some adjustments to his face. But, yeah, this is what we're working on right now. We have, like, how many Smash characters are there? I just said 77 is, like, a placeholder number, but I didn't even really count, like, all of the Koopa kids. Like, I didn't count those alts. I didn't count, all of the Inkling alts. So, Man, that's well over 77, like even including like all the DLC that's coming out. So I don't know if I'll ever get done with this project, but it's so fun, like just kind of working through it. So alright, so we'll start filling all of this in. Get these glorious jagged Yoshi lines. What about Olimar's Alf? Oh man, yeah. I guess because Alf is a different character, so I would have to do that. Have I done Toon Link? No, I haven't. This is everybody that I have done so far. These are small thumbnails on my YouTube that I'm actually making for my YouTube because I actually do like little speed paints. So yeah, like actually on my stream layout right now, you can see where it says like Yoshi's, or rather island style, and it has like the little Kirby speed drawing. I upload those to my YouTube every Thursday, so if y'all are interested in that, y'all can go subscribe to my YouTube and you can see those. But I've gotten the thumbnails done for what it is I'm trying to do. So we've got regular Link. I haven't done Toon Link yet. So you have like Fox, Pikachu. I was going in order, but then I got like 3 people into Melee, and I was like, I'm just gonna skip around and do who I want. Like I was trying to go in order, but I had to get them done before CEO, because I wanted to have like new products before I went to like one of the world's biggest fighting game tournaments. But yeah, like we are doing. Oh, Mask Clown, thank you so much for the follow. You are awesome. But yeah, let me see. So I did like Peach, Bowser, and then now I got like 2 characters into Melee and started jumping around. So yeah, Bowser, because he's 14, and then there's Sheik, because I know Zelda came before Sheik. And then, yeah, then we just skip straight to Pichu. But I am going back and doing all of the characters that I skipped over, because I'm gonna have the whole entire cast done. Because I was on a deadline when I was trying to do these, I kind of had to skip around to characters that would have been like easy for me to draw. And then, oh, Hero 2K, thank you so much for the follow. Actually, you know what? That means 10A. Mixer came through with the follows, and Mixer reached the goal first. That is amazing. Thank y'all so much. I usually try to get like 10 new followers per week, just to kind of gauge like how interested people are in my content and stuff. And Mixer, y'all showed up and y'all came to play. Thank you so much. But yeah, like, let me see, I got Marth, Mewtwo, Roy, Wario, Diddy, Sanic. DDD was actually really fun to draw. I liked him. Let me see. So I do have Olimar, but I have to do Alf. What did I do here? Okay, there we go. Hey, this Yoshi's down there looking like super evil. Black eyes and stuff. We do have Wolf. Mega Man was also really fun to draw. Pac-Man. I do need to do the other Inklings, but I started with my favorite Inkling because, like, this is the superior alt to me. I'm sorry. I might do the green Inkling next, the one with, like, the face mask on. He looks pretty dope, too. And then we do have Ridley, K. Rool. This is actually an alternative link that I did. I did 2 links, but I lost the video for this one, so I ended up having to do that one, and I felt really bad about it. Isabelle came out really cute too. I liked her. Plant, and then, oh my gosh. Okay, so these are actually originally made for like 1.5 inch like keychains. And I did not realize how tall the Persona characters are drawn until I actually tried to draw them. And I'm just like, yo, why is Joker like Bayonetta's height? I don't think he is. I haven't stood them side by side, but they have some really, like, Persona characters have some really lanky legs. So I did not know what to do for right here, and I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna make it into a circle. When yeah, it is crazy how tall they look, and it's like it doesn't even look like that. But when I tried to like fit Joker on like something that was like 1.5 inches tall without making him chibi, I was like, boy, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. But I eventually settled on this design right here that kind of had like Arsene in the back, kind of like faded out, and people still liked it. So I mean, it kind of grinded my gears because it didn't look stylistically similar to the other ones in terms of like having full body poses. But I did the best I could because I didn't know how else I was about to come through and pull that out of my behind. Like, no. Because he's not physical. Yeah, that's basically what I was going for. Because, like, I know in Smash, like, when your bar is getting ready to run out, like, he kind of starts fading into the background. So I was like, let's incorporate that. I kind of like that. That looks really cool. So, yeah, we just went with that. Because, like, I kind of made it a point to, like, not do chibi designs. Because, like, what I was talking about in another stream, like, when I was, like, super scared to even go to a convention and try to sell my stuff because I was like, man, everybody's doing charms and prints. And so I had to find something that made my style different. And, so I decided to just do, like, full body Yoshi's Island poses and, style. And people really liked it. Like, I didn't expect my charms to sell as well as they did. Is he taller than Snake? I don't know, but okay, hey y'all. Can we talk about how heavy Terry is for no reason? Like, what he weighs like he weighs like 10 he's like 108 or something? Like, how heavy is that man's hat? Like, he weighs more than, yeah, he's 108. Isn't that more than Ken? Like, I want to say like Ken is like 103 or something. I could be off. It's the lack of a behind. Like, I don't know how dense this man's muscles are or what, but like, why is Terry like heavier than? I mean, I know muscles weigh more than fat, but I mean, come on, Terry is still, he got muscles, but he's still kind of slender. Like, I don't know about his weight, man. He's hiding something. He's super buff and King of Fighter. Yeah, he is. It's actually, I have not actually played Smash since Terry's been released yet, because I usually just play Smash when I'm streaming it. But that would make arms fall. Yeah, he's really fun to watch, and just the way that he pulls off his combos, and like somebody will look like they're trying to do something safe, and Terry's just like, nope, and then it's just hilarious because it's like, oh my god, I can't believe that actually landed. Because my husband turned it on and played with Terry for a bit, and then of course it is still Smash, so he played with it for a bit, and he's just like, I remember why I hate this game. So I mean, he's more into like things like fighters and Guilty Gear and stuff like that. So I mean, it's cool to have like, he was like really entertained by the fact that Terry's actual commands were in the game, but at the core it's still Smash, and he doesn't really like playing Smash. So Terry's will like, he'll ask you if you're okay and then hits you with the Buster Wolf. Blade, did you used to play fighters? Why'd you stop? Kid Goku, okay. You don't have to say anymore. That's exactly the phase I went through in Smash 4 when like Bayonetta and Cloud dropped. Like, they were so like, that was the ultimate counter pick versus Yoshi. And I pretty much rage quit. Like, I rage quit so hard that I never played Ultimate competitively. Even though, like, they're not as oppressive in Ultimate, I was so scarred from that. So Blade, no, I completely get you. Like Kid Goku is so small and he can like really get you like mix you up with like 50-50s. And the fact that because he's small, he like can come down with like a falling kick or a falling hit or something, and you have like no way of being able to judge how close he is to the ground or if that hitbox is even going to hit you or not. And it's super random. No, I agree. I like the other characters they added, but really Kid Goku. He's crazy fast and broken. Yeah, I don't know about Kid Goku. Like honestly, I don't even like watching like when I'm watching like finals of like Goichi versus whoever. If like I don't even like if I even see like Kid Goku on the screen, I mean not I don't be like yawn, but I'm just like, oh, I feel like I already know what the outcome of this is gonna be. Plus, how many Gokus do we need in the game? Oops, all Gokus. Well, technically, there's a lot of Vegetas in the game too. Not as many as like Goku, of course. But I can make my meme of like three Vegetas, like a meme team of three Vegetas now. Or I just want to do like Gogeta or Vegeta or something. You can make like three teams of Goku. Yeah, you can. There's like this little meme floating around that has like a picture of like it's Goku, Goku Black, Goku Junior from GT, Goten, Turles, and Bardock. And it's like if she can't tell you which one Goku is, then she's not for you. And it's like, is this a trick question? Goku's technically on here twice. All Goku, the Goku Power Rangers. I saw that one. It's hilarious. Yeah, I wonder if Super's gonna come back and follow more of the manga. Like, that's just a really weird timeline that we live in because Dragon Ball anime has always been based off the manga, but then we got like a series that was based off the movie, and then the manga was based off the series, and then kind of branched off into its own story. And then like if they come back now, is the anime going to be based off of the manga that was based off of a bunch of other things? Like I don't understand what's going on in the Dragon Ball universe anymore. I do need to read the manga because I have been told by multiple people that it is like way better than the actual anime. Because I'm gonna be honest, I really did not like Tournament of Power at all. Now the Black Saga was pretty cool. Like when I first saw like previews for the Black Saga, I was just like, oh, an evil Goku versus Trunks that came back. I'm like, what kind of fanfiction.net story are we about to watch? But the way that they pulled it off was, I'm gonna give them their props. It was really good. And also one thing that I really enjoyed about the Black Saga in general was it's like the last time Trunks was there, the last time Trunks was actually in Earth, it was like the Android Saga. And Vegeta was a douche. Oh my goodness. But like when he came back in Super, like Vegeta actually acted like a father and like taught Trunks the Gallic Gun and everything, and actually spent time with him and encouraged him, and was almost like his personal little cheerleader in a way, like, hey son, you can do this. And I thought it was really nice. Like I like the character development that they gave Vegeta in that arc. I don't like what they did with Tien and Yamcha. Okay, so the Dragon Ball did so many episodes that they don't even know what to do. Facts. Potato Boy, but did you see the episode where Yamcha died on a baseball field? It was amazing. Like, man couldn't even play, man can't even play baseball, man. Like, it was amazing. The episodes after the Black Saga, the filler that they had, was absolutely hilarious. Like, they even had, like, Dr. Slump characters in there, too. Like, I really liked how all that was going, but then the Tournament of Power happened. It was just so unrealistic to me. And then, like, Jaren comes out of nowhere, and he's, he's, like, super strong and everything, and like, they give you, like, what, like, the 5th from the last episode where, like, you've been seeing this man for, like, a whole season now, and then they're like, oh, by the way, in, like, 3 minutes, or, like, his village got destroyed and he's filled with rage. And it's like, is this really supposed to make me care about the character? Because that's kind of lame. So yeah, I really didn't care about his character, his backstory didn't justify why he acted the way that he did. I don't know. I feel like if you take Jaren out of Dragon Ball, nothing of value would be lost. I know a lot of people won't agree with me on that, but I just didn't like Jaren. Like, he was really boring to me. But they forgot about Yamcha after that. He could have beat Jaren. Yeah, and I would kind of appreciate if they would kind of do more with the characters they already have instead of going, like, all Sonic on us. Like, and what I mean by that is just, like, you have, like, perfectly fine characters like Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, but every single Sonic game that comes out, like, Sonic has to make, like, a new friend or something, or it's like, we don't need all these characters. Can we just focus on the ones that we have? But yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do with it. Like, I heard that they have already started working on another movie after the Broly movie that they just released. So, that's gonna be interesting. Because the movie definitely did have, like, an open-ended type of scenario where I guess Broly could technically start training with Goku and stuff later on. Because he seems more like a sensible character at the end of that movie than the original Broly did. So I am interested to see where they were gonna go with that. I need to find other shows to watch. Like, we ran through Mob Psycho season 1 and 2, so we just have the OVA left to watch. And honestly, I don't think I'm gonna find an anime that's as unique as that. Like, Mob Psycho really took me by surprise. Like, I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. Maybe they'll bring back BoJack and make him canon. I forgot all about that man until you said something about him, Potato. But yeah, like, watching Mob Psycho, like, I can see where One Punch Man came from, and both of them are pretty amazing. I've also been watching Fire Force too. Like, that show's pretty lit. Literally. But, it's been pretty good. I should probably pick up My Hero again. Because I know the new season started not too long ago. I don't know why I haven't started watching it already. It's kind of odd. I'm obviously a fan if I'm wearing the jacket. Get some squigglies coming down here. Blood Blockade Battlefront. You know what? I've heard about that. I've never looked into it though. So no, I haven't seen it. I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. The art style is pretty fire. Yeah, you know what? I'll probably give this... Cool, and it's on Crunchyroll too. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. So I definitely need more stuff to watch. And now that I'm like completely caught up on Fire Force and Psycho Mob is over. Oh my gosh, I love Psycho Mob so much. But yeah, I need to find more stuff to actually watch. JoJo needs to hurry up with their next season, man. That looks like it's gonna be lit. And I heard it like starts off in Florida too. Like, man, JoJo characters in Florida? Let's go. Yeah, Mob Psycho 2 was like, it really was. The battle was really good. Like, I didn't expect... It's really rare that I sit down and I just watch the animation of something and just get like... just fall into like a straight trance. Like, that show did that to me a couple of times, especially with the battles. Like, in episode... I want to say like episode 5 of season 2 as well. Oh yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Yeah, no, all of these were good. And like the first fight between like him and Teru was like really good as well. And then that's when the show got like real, where he was just like, because I didn't know without spoilers too, like I didn't know like what had went on between him and his brother and stuff like that, because I thought the show was just kind of like more comedy. But then when it got to like that episode where that happened, I was just like, oh my gosh, stuff just got real so quick. And that's why I was just like, you know what, I'm hooked. I'll watch this show. It's really cool. I didn't think I was gonna like it more than One Punch Man, but I actually did ended up like I adore it more than One Punch Man. I didn't think that was gonna be possible, but I mean they're both by the same authors, so I mean, what can you say? But oh man, like Mob Psycho slays me when they depict like ugly women. How it's like when Mob goes to school and he sees like the one girl that he likes, but everyone else around her has like vegetables for faces. Like, I almost died when I saw that. Yeah, Reagan's a really good character too. And like, even Dimple is a good character. Like, the writing in that show is so good. There isn't a single character to hate. Like, you hate what they do because they're miserable characters. But I've never watched it and just been like, oh, I wish this character would just go away, or this character ruins the story. But no, everybody has been like, everyone in that show is written so well. And that's not something that I expected from it. Denise, oh, you watch Mob too? Yeah, it's really good. Like, easily one of my top 5, 3. Easily my top favorite anime. I had to run through the list there for a second. Man, but the opening to the first season was like some of the hypest was one of the hypest openings I've ever seen, and it was like super unique too. Because I mean, you have like your classic anime openings where it's like a guy walking across screen, looking up at the sky, wind blowing through the hair, them running nowhere. But like the mob opening was really unique and like super artistic. Like it had a style that I have not really seen in many anime openings. Have you seen the meme with the scrawny guy and the three buff guy? Yes. Especially like the ones like they've been redoing it, and they did one for Mob where it was like, what? It was like him asking a question on the computer and then the Body Improvement Club responding to him. Yeah, it's funny. Oh yeah. You look at this guy, and realize it's an eyeball. Like at first when I saw it, I was like, when I first saw the opening for Mob, I was like, yo, this is an acid trip. But the more I started watching it, I was like, I noticed little things and little hints of like that were happening in the actual show, and I was like, man, this is some S tier foreshadowing right here. So it's like each episode that went by, I looked forward to watching the theme song because it was like, oh, that's what those are. Oh, that's who that is. Or, oh, that's why that's drawn like that. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Wrong tool. Let's do this. But yeah, I actually feel really bad for sleeping on Fire Force 2, because I was like, an anime about firemen? I was like, that's kind of lame. But when I watched it, I was like, oh, they're literally firefighters. It's like if you just take Avatar and make everyone a firebender and make an anime of that. And it's awesome, like, it works. Also, I didn't know like Fire Force had like the same artist from Soul Eater as well, or the same author and everything. So that's pretty cool. Oh, excuse me. Alright, so it's starting to look a little bit like yeah, it is. It is the same exact person that made Soul Eater, so it's pretty awesome. I kind of like police force type things, or and how like you can just kind of like, I kind of prefer like Fire Force's setting as opposed to like maybe like a schoolhouse setting or something. Like sometimes like people like try to suggest some animes to me, but it's mostly like school life and stuff like that. It's just like, okay, well, I'm not really a high schooler, so I don't really, this doesn't really appeal to me. Like school gives me nightmares. So like but Mod did it really well. Like he had like, there were scenes in there where he is at school, but it wasn't like the whole entire like premise of the show per se. But I kind of like Fire Force, how they kind of have like that hierarchy going. Everybody works at a station, and it kind of, your age doesn't matter. Then everybody has like their own specific ranks and stuff like that. I think it's handled really well, and like the story and the world building and the lore behind everything, like they built it up really well with the small amount of episodes that they had at the beginning. And so that's another thing that I really appreciate about that. tail around on this. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. More squiggles. Squiggles for you. We getting there, guys. It's really tedious, but it's worth it in the end because these always come out really beautiful. Let's see, Bongo's Stray Dogs is also a great show, but it got really overshadowed by My Hero Academia since both animes were released in 2016. Dang, Potato Boy, keep the suggestions coming. I'm just putting these on my little sticky pad, by the way. My Hero, I actually almost slept on as well, because, like, the only reason I gave My Hero a chance was because I really like Tiger and Bunny, like the whole superhero premise and whatnot. I wish Tiger and Bunny would get another season or something, because that show was pretty lit, to be honest. Easily like one of my favorites. It probably was probably like #1 favorite maybe until Mob came around. So maybe like Tiger and Bunny is #2 for me. But I was like, yeah, I don't really have any other like superhero-ish animes to watch, so I will I'll go ahead and give My Hero a shot, and I ended up really liking it. Tiger and Bunny really does deserve another season. Like, I feel like I was only watching My Hero to fill that void of like that superhero anime that I wanted. But I feel like Tiger and Bunny was really awesome too, because they had like freaking like mecha suits and stuff like that, and the 3D and stuff did not look as bad as I thought it would. Because like when I heard Tiger and Bunny was like 2D and 3D, and like I know that had like a lot of 3D models in it. Sometimes animes that do 3D and mix it like they don't like do the frame rates right, looks really garbage and looks gross. But Tiger and Bunny did it really well. I was really surprised and pleased and very happy with how it came out. Yeah, Tiger and Bunny was lit. Oh, you know what? It's November, isn't it? Hold up! Psycho Pass Season 3 started! How did I forget that? Oh my goodness. I gotta catch up on Psycho Pass, because I know it started in October. At least I think it did. It was supposed to start the first week of October. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Psycho Pass is probably like my #1 favorite anime. I mean, it's literally like, it's like an anime made from Minority Report. Like, somebody took Minority Report and made it into like a whole anime season, and it's awesome. But I saw Psycho Pass before I saw the movie Minority Report, so like that's a bit backwards. So my husband growing up with like and seeing that movie, he appreciated Psycho Pass a lot more than I did. But then when I actually went back and watched the movie, I think I saw it at my sister's. You thought it was October, but it was November! You're right, Potato Boy. Yeah, so now that I saw like the movie that was kind of like the source material or inspiration behind Psycho Pass, like, I'm that much more hyped to see like these movies in the new season. Ooh, these lines are tedious. Coloring is actually the funnest part on these, but my gosh, it takes a while to get there. Is that gonna leak out? Yes, it will. Darn it. Okay, that's fine. No. I just want that. I just want to put a line there. Crease. One, hi, how are you doing over there on YouTube? Hello, Tito Boy, are you also going to draw the link from Melee, Brawl, and Smash 4? Yes, I am. Everyone will be here. Everyone will be here. So yeah, I have the normal Link, and then I'm gonna do Young Link, and then I'm gonna also do Toon Link. I debated if I should do like a regular Link and then a Breath of the Wild Link as well. I mean, because technically they all are different Links, but yeah, I'm not too sure yet. Mask Clown, what is up? Welcome back. We have gotten a little bit further since you were last here. Actually doing the jagged lines that are in this style here. So I don't know if they use like brushes or what, but it seems really super randomized that it may not be a brush. But at the same time, I know brushes can do that as well. Since I don't know what it is, I just draw it by hand. So, I mean, it's been working out so far. It's not too bad. Actually kind of therapeutic. So I'm going ahead and just like doing this part. Like I know I have more line art to do, but sometimes just seeing the line art with like the jagged line effects on it lets me know where the rest of the line art should go. So there isn't an actual order that I do any of this in, just whatever helps me visualize the rest of the image easier. Here. I'm just gonna make that completely black. Thank you so much for the follow over on Mixer. How are you doing? And thank you so much for dropping by the stream. One, let me see, question from YouTube. One, is that, yes, I am using Paint Tool Sai. There's actually two versions of Sai. There's a Paint Tool Sai and then there's Paint Tool Sai 2. I'm actually using Paint Tool Sai 2 because it's actually more optimized for 64-bit systems. And your canvases can be a lot bigger too. So, thank you so much for the follow over on Mixer. Hey, Mixer is killing it this week. Let me see, so Mixer's going all in for this extra credit. Right. Oh, man, not 101. 11 out of 10 followers. Thank you so much for joining the fam. How are y'all? I hope y'all can learn stuff from my stream. And if anybody watching has questions, like for example, I was just asked, like, what software do I use and whatnot. And really, I want to be assistance to y'all because, like, being a content creator is like cool and all, but I like being able to help others so they can also be content creators. Or if there's like certain techniques you don't know, or like if you want to know how to like color on side or something, or any of my software or hardware that I'm using, then by all means, like, ask away. So just to catch the new people up on what we are doing, I am actually drawing the entire Super Smash Brothers cast in Yoshi's Island art style. So kind of like this painted watercolor look with the really thick jagged lines and whatnot, yellow highlighting and whatnot. This actually started off as like a kind of like an art study, but it turned into a project that I was making keychains and stuff out of for when I go to Artist Alley and attend like gaming tournaments and whatnot. And it's been fun. It really has been. I'm gonna turn this to the project screen. Here's I'm releasing one of these every week on social media. So like if you want to follow me on like Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, like on Mondays I post one image, and then Tuesdays I post the process GIF. Basically, it just kind of breaks the layers down so you can see what all goes into it. Like, for example, this essentially would be a process GIF. So this is one that I did earlier on an earlier stream. And a process GIF would basically be like, it would show you the sketch, and then I would show the line art, and then I'd show like the base color inside, and then like the shaded product like that. So those are process GIFs. And then on Thursdays over on YouTube, I drop a speed paint video. So like you can see like below right here, I have like the little Kirby speed paint playing. So that's a preview of it. And so yeah, if y'all like interested in any of that, like you can find me on your social media of choice or your platform of choice, because I stream to Mixer, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube all at the same time. Alright, so my potato boy, the lines for Rob are looking good. Thank you so much. Yeah, like I know like when it first starts out and it looks like when you have like stuff that first starts out and it's like kind of looking all crazy and wild like this, like everything kind of starts to come together after a while. So you just got to be like really patient and just keep working through it. Because sometimes I'll run into like a piece that I'm working on that just gets so sloppy that not even I can like stomach looking at it. But if you just keep working through it, eventually like it'll clean itself up if you have like a clear vision for what it is you want to do with the piece. It is like a bizarre adventure. Facts. But also, sometimes when I'm doing commissions, I do have to clean the lines up because I remember I showed a client like a sketch that I had, and they're like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. Can you redo the whole thing? And I'm like, no, I'm not redoing the whole thing. I'll clean the sketch up for you a little bit, and then you can tell me what you need changed. But like, she had her daughter look over the sketch, and the daughter understood the sketch. And the daughter was like, Jordan, hey, what is up? Thank you so much for the follow on Facebook. Coming through. But yeah, like because because she wanted me to do a shirt design for her, and then like the daughter looked at the sketch. It was like, nah, mom, don't tell her to redo this. This is actually raw. This is fire. No, we're keeping this. And so after I finished it up for her, she was really, really happy with the product. But yeah, sometimes like when you're showing clients like works in progress or sketches, they may not understand what they're looking at. And I get that's fair enough, because sometimes sketches are just like super messy. Goals. Facebook coming in and making that comeback. Let's go. 3. Alright, so let's see. So I'm just gonna go tell these sketches to go to their room for a second, so I can just focus on what I'm doing. Because it really helps just to have like a clean canvas to work on at times. Because you definitely don't want to... Oh, hold on a second. Which one? Cool. Alright, but yeah, like, sometimes when you are drawing, like, the canvas can get overwhelming. So it's like, even though I know I'm gonna come back to all these sketches, like, I gotta hide some stuff sometimes. I gotta hide some layers sometimes. I gotta make some layers more transparent when you're going over them, because, like, trying to draw like this, like, I mean, I can, but all of that back there just really bothers me, and it really distracts me as well, so it's not something that I would recommend doing. I mean, unless you just have, like an iron attention span, which I do not. So I gotta, like, kind of have as, like, the least amount of distraction as possible. I'm actually gonna save, too, so I need to save more often. I mean, luckily Paint Tool Sai actually has like a recovery thing, but I have no idea what triggers it, because sometimes it'll trigger and then sometimes it won't. And then it's like, I'll lose a piece and then I'll like turn Sai on like 3 times later and it'll be like, oh, by the way, we recovered this piece. Like, where did you even get that from? Saving the canvas takes a little while. I have like a lot of characters on here. Not gonna lie. And for those of you that are just joining, like, this is what it's eventually gonna end up looking like. So it's gonna have like all the really bright and bubbly colors. I just gotta get that line art done. And it takes a while. But it's worth it though. And I like the way this is coming out so far. I need you to stop tearing up my carpet. You will become an outside cat. And winter is coming too. Alrighty. These little squiggle lines in here. The more squiggles, the better. Sorry, my little furry friend is trying to be part of the stream. How long have I been drawing? Really my whole life. Like, ever since I was old enough to pick up a crayon and scribble on the wall. Yeah, I was drawing. So, like, one of my first pictures was Yoshi from the front of the Super Mario World book, instruction manual. Oh my gosh, my age is showing. Back when games came with instruction manuals. Yeah, so that was like one of my first ones. So Yoshi is a really big influence when it comes to my art. In middle school, I tried to go to an art school, but I got denied from the school of the arts or whatever. But that was cool because I was able to go to high school and learn how to do more technical, like tech savvy things, such as like working with computers, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign. I want to say Tom and Jerry was another big influence for me too. Like, for some reason, I really loved drawing them as a kid as well. But yeah, I've been drawing for a long time. But really, I didn't start like making consistent content until a month ago. So everything that you're like seeing now is a lot more like my recent work. Okay, dude. Okay. You can't... Okay. Don't touch my keyboard, please. I don't want to get accused of eating a cat on stream. Not that I would ever do that, but if you, like, jump down, I need you to know not to jump anywhere near my hands. But yeah, like, I recently started, like, studying, like, Yoshi's Island art style, like, in 2017. Rather, because it's been a style that I really like since childhood, but I decided to just actually do a proper art study and just try to imitate it, just to see how the colors and schemes and stuff work. And I've actually been having a blast with this project so far. It just started as like a little feel-good art study, but it kind of blew up into like a whole entire content project that I wanted to do, and a lot of people seem interested in it, so that's pretty neat. So like I can actually like stream it every week and just talk to people about art and see like where people need help, or you know, people can just come and ask questions about like what kind of materials I use or what do they think like my opinion on such and such is. But like if there's any way that I can help y'all or anything that y'all want to know, definitely just let me know. Because I even had like one person come on my stream and be like, oh, I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you a question. And it's like, no, nobody is bothering me. Like, that's silly. If I wanted to work in peace, I wouldn't be streaming. But I mean, work in peace is also the wrong term, because this is pretty peaceful and I like what I'm doing right now. But it's like, if I wanted to be alone, then I wouldn't be streaming. So by all means, if y'all have any questions, just ask away. Forgot to close these gaps over here, so of course it did that. And even though I know I'm going to do thick lines there, like if there's any small straight lines that I know aren't going to connect to something, then I'll go ahead and just like erase those. zoom out here. Yeah, it's definitely coming together here. So let me look at this reference real quick. Now, one thing I'm noticing right now is that I'm actually just gonna pull this down right here because this should actually be a little bit thicker. And that's the beauty of digital art right there. Fixed. Boom. Granted, the computer doesn't do everything for you, but you can do neat stuff like that. So let me just bring that down. And there we go. That looks a little bit more accurate. Yeah. We are gonna put that down here a little bit. On his shoulder? Yeah, he does. No, he doesn't. It's smooth. Okay. He does not. Oh my gosh, you're just not going to be happy, are you? Hold on a second. Let me interrupt this broadcast for a second. My cat is demanding attention. He'll be okay. I'm streaming right now. Let's go and do that. There we go. That looks good. Zoom into... Okay, so I can see like this has like a bunch of gaps, like especially that right there. I don't know if I use the fill bucket here, it's gonna fill all that in. So you have like this thing called sandbagging where it actually like, it's Paint Tool's size version of like gap detection, so that way it doesn't like overflow into other parts of your image. It's really useful, but sometimes it's just like kind of sells itself short where it won't go all the way over. So yeah, you can definitely just adjust that with like the sandbagging option. And in other programs, it would be called gap detection. So I feel like this area right here is getting a little bit too crowded. So if I try to do like the outline like here, it's gonna like kind of clash with that. So in this case, I will come to the inside. So that way it's not like too close to the other things here. I'll put a couple of these on the outside, but I know that's not like perfectly centered, so it wouldn't, it would probably kind of clash with all that up there. That's looking good for this right here. Have his little arms done. Oh. Also... definitely, because he has like hinges and bolts and stuff that kind of hold his arms together, so even though the style is like, this style is simplified, I still kind of want to have like the core things of the character that makes that character that specific character. Now we're going to come through here. Let me see. Probably need to make sure I have these right lines here. Like a bottom darker color. Does that go all the way around? It does. Let's do it like this. It's kind of symbolism, I guess. Whatever. So have this actually, before I do that. Yeah, so that would have been the wrong way to do that. I'm just gonna have this come around there like that, and then he has the base that's kind of like a circle, and then that kind of follows that and then drops down there. So even like that, but then you have this. So I'll just go with that for now, and then make any adjustments later. That's a straight line that I know isn't going to connect anywhere, so I'll go ahead and just delete that. Hey, thank you so much for the follow over on Mixer. How are you? Urban Beatnik, what is up? Thank you so much for stopping by. Wow, Mixer is running away with this extra credit. Like, we got another follower on Mixer. Thank you so much. I hope your day is going good. Yo, appreciate the sticker. I love these stickers on Mixer. Oops, I don't want it to be that much. So I'm actually gonna turn the sandbagging on here because I don't even know where that even leaked through. Probably right there. So I can turn this down now and probably be okay. Yep. Get these lines here, and then that'll let me know how I want to do like the shapes, because I know I still have to keep angular shapes with this character, but at the same time it's like everything in this style is like ridiculously simple, so I'm not really too sure quite how I want to tackle this, but I'm sure there's no wrong way. Let's fill these in just to get an idea of where these shapes are actually going to be. I think if I have this follow around, then I can just kind of keep this on the outside here. There we go. It's actually looking through here. The gap was too big. Flares out there. Get that shape there. That's about. Should be good. think that looks good. So I'm going to do the cord on his back now. So I'm going to move this reference over here. And then, okay, yep. How would I even, I guess I'm just gonna have to like erase. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, this is so confusing. There's gotta be a simpler way to draw the cord. Okay. Alright, so I know for a fact this is gonna go through here, and then that goes over this, and then that will go over that, come back down here, and go over that, and then loop around there. Okay. That's kinda... I feel like that's kinda right. Okay. Let's go ahead and put the lines on this. I'm actually going to turn that all the way down, and I'm just going to probably scribble these lines in. That's going to get really confusing when I'm trying to figure out which line is going above or below. Probably just do like a thicker brush as well. Hey, thanks for the stickers over on Mixer. Gosh, I don't even know what this is supposed to look like. Okay. I just think the lines are just going to be thick here in general because of the cord that's kind of just coiling over itself, so I don't think it really matters how accurate these are about to look. So, yeah. We gonna do our best. Looking good, I'd say. So yeah, at this point I'm just pretty much just kind of winging this, because when you get in the spaces that are like this close together, then I mean really anything goes, and I feel like as long as you can at least see like the stylistic lines there somewhere, that I would say it's correct. That's actually behind here. looking really good, actually. This a little bit thicker, just so it's like, yeah, that's his face. And I want that to be like the focal point of the image. Look up some more reference real quick. So I know I wanted, just gonna bring up the guidelines real quick here. Again, trying to keep everything in this little square. And I know I wanted Rob to throw this little annoying gyro here. Then we have been informed that this is a gyro and not a Beyblade. I'll do another layer here, and then I'll color the squares in how they're supposed to be. So there's little squares that are going to come around here, but I think I should probably just color them in and maybe not worry about an outline, maybe, per se. So let's see. I probably will just put an outline around them. I mean, why not? Oh, hi, Old Awake. Welcome back. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just put like a outline around this. I definitely want to have everything just stay the same style. And hold on, I actually need to make sure this is still recording, because I know, let me see. Okay, good, yeah. So this is still recording. I had to make sure that my secondary program is still recording, because like I'm saving like all the art stuff that I'm doing on stream. I'm actually saving for when I open up my little like art studio and stuff for like underprivileged kids to teach them how to do art. So I'm actually gonna let them like use my files while in the classroom, and so that way we can just all go over stuff, so that way they can learn. It'll be pretty fun once I actually reach that goal and vision. So that's another reason like why I record everything as well, not only for YouTube videos, because I put the abridged versions on YouTube, but I'm keeping the actual files, like the real-time files, like what you're seeing, all together, so that way we can do like classroom activities and stuff when I start working with like different nonprofit organizations and whatnot. So that way, if an investor comes up to me and asks me like what all I want to do and what I'm working with, like I'm just gonna show them the whole shebang. Like, this is Old Awake. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? But yeah, like, so if anybody ever like wants to like come to me and be like, oh, okay, so what do you have to offer, or why should I invest in you or sponsor you or whatever, I'm gonna be like, look at all my classroom plans, look at what I can do, look what I have to offer. So I think it'll be pretty good. But yeah, that's why I have to like keep making darn sure that it's recording, because I do know like my hard drive is like really small on this system, so I just had to make sure, because I'd be really sad if it just kind of stopped recording. I mean, I could get the footage from the stream, but if you notice, like the window in the stream is like really is like smaller, so I wouldn't be able to. I could use it. It would just be kind of pixelated. I mean, still not bad. You can still see how it's done, but I would just rather have like high res stuff. But yeah, Old Awake, I'm doing pretty good. Just getting more projects and stuff done. A very driven individual. When I have a goal, I will reach it. Okay, so I know like with these, like in the in-game model, it has squares on the outside of it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just draw little lines here. Like, they don't have to be like super perfect or anything. I'm just gonna draw these here because I know that they are here. I'm not even gonna make those jagged lines. I'm just gonna make them like super thick. And one thing I do notice right here is like, this is what happens when you don't sketch a base layer under it. Do you notice when you look at this how like this line is coming right here, but then this is like kind of tapered off in there? Well, this is obviously the same part of this that should be running straight through like there, but because I didn't actually put a base layer under it, like I can show you right now that that line right here is not lined up with that. But that's okay though, because we can definitely fix that. So I'm just gonna put this here, and you can actually come here and adjust that with freeform. So what freeform does is if we can actually either hold shift and proportionately drag it like that, or you can kind of do a deform like that, but that's not exactly what I want to do. I'm actually going to do freeform, and I'm going to hold control and then pick a corner. So now you can actually do more of like a perspective angle type thing. But I'm just going to use this to fit it inside these lines here, so that way it's more aligned with what it is that I have going on. Oh, excuse me, down here. There we go. And then I can delete these guidelines here. So even though if like you see that, like after you do like an adjustment like that, you might have like some broken lines, it's not a big deal. You can just go back over and fill these back in. And it looks like nothing was ever changed at all. There we go. All right. I just gotta get his eyes now. So we can use like circles for this. The good news is he doesn't have that many colors on him. The red one, the red and tan one, like this is actually like the Super Famicom version from Japan. and this is how theirs is colored. So if you're to look at the character select screen on Smash, this is what the Japanese version is going to be by default. Ours is actually the gray one. Open image in the tab. Oh, I don't want to do that. I need to click on this first and then copy image. So turn that down. Turn that down even lower. There we go. So this is our version right here. It's more it's colored like our Super. I mean, it's colored like our NES was. Like our NES was gray. In Japan, the Famicom was like a kind of like a goldish color with a red controller instead. So in a Smash, our version looks like this. So this shouldn't be too hard to color. So I should get done before 9 o'clock. So I think we're still on schedule. This one was just a little bit more complex to draw. Okay, so we're actually going to take the circle thing and make eyes here. I didn't think Wally would take this long to draw. I'm actually gonna duplicate that and just bring this over here, maybe. Trying to position these eyes correctly. I think that one's good. And this one would be like this. And then I'm going to come back over here to put that in the reference folder. And that will also go in the reference folder. Okay, I think that looks kinda right. Actually. That way it would be kind of ambiguous where it's coming from. Not too Oh, also the little light that he has on top of his head. Alright, so that looks good. And also, I wanted to try to add like a little red light behind him, because like I kind of like when you're in game with him and he like has a little light flash. It's pretty cool. I do want these to be identical though. So I'm gonna actually copy this, control paste, and I'm going to flip horizontally. Maybe not too identical, because I don't think the light's gonna flash the same way 2 times. I don't know if I want to have the light or not, because like in Yoshi's Island style, there's no transparency. Like when you have fire on something, it doesn't actually like that's how the style looks right there. And I don't think there would be any transparencies or anything. Like I've always just drawn stuff as solid, so I don't know if I want to cover up that much of his head now that I'm thinking about it. Let's see about a good form. Yeah, that's not bad actually. This, and I'll actually do a free form to make this smaller. Honestly, I don't think he needs it. I'll just go ahead and scrap that. I mean, it was in the sketch, but I think he looks fine without it, to be honest. Actually, you know what? It is a little light bulb that kind of pops up. So I should probably go back and just redraw that correctly. And I think that'll be, like, good enough, to be completely honest. Like more to the front. It's right where I had it, but I gotta actually draw it as a shape and not just a circle. That looks good. And then I had, you know what, I'm gonna do the fire though. He does shoot fire from underneath his base, because you can see like the little rocket boosters down here. And since I didn't do the light, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the fire, because I actually really do like drawing fire in Yoshi's Island style. And it still fits within the square too, so I mean this is a little bit extra, but... So we're gonna go ahead and hide all this reference. And then the reference down here too. And I'm gonna get rid of the sketches, and then we're just gonna do the I don't need the stabilizer to be that high. Gotta get like a good thick line around here. I'm gonna hide those guidelines as well, so you don't really need them. So I know where everything is gonna fall into place now, so training wheels can come off. Alright, so with the way that I'm gonna draw the fire, I'm gonna put this reference back on here, but I'm gonna move this, and I'm gonna bring this over. So when we look at fire in Yoshi's Island style, the outside of it is always going to be thicker. Oh, excuse me. So the outside of this is always going to be thicker, but then it's going to have like a thinner line in the, oops, I don't know, this mark on that. It's going to have a thinner line, more so in the middle. So let's go ahead and do that. And it's going to be just the general shape of it. So it's not going to be anything like super duper like perfect, because it is actually more sketchier. There we go. Alright, so now we're all set to actually start coloring now. I mean, I think this stream's gonna run a little bit over past 9, but I think we can get this done relatively fast. So I'm going to merge these shapes here for his eyes, and then alright, so let's go ahead and bring our reference back just to look at these colors. So he's more gray. So just kind of thinking, in Yoshi's Island style, Tap Tap comes to mind, so I'm going to use this little guy as a color palette. I usually use the Yoshis, but since R.O.B is like almost all gray, I think I can hit every color, including the black Yoshi, for the darker parts. So yeah, I'll go ahead and start doing that. Base color, and then shading. Throw these in there. So yeah, I don't need the shape. I don't need the actual sketch layer anymore. So we're ready to move past that. Okay, so so I can clearly see where the black is. I'm actually going to go ahead and use this black Yoshi as reference first. And I will start on the base color layer, and I'll do merged current, or merge image, so that way it doesn't go outside the lines. Okay, so the insides of his hands are black, and these outside parts are black. These inside parts here are also black. these are actually gonna be like a darker gray. I don't know about that. The cord is kind of purplish, but I'm just gonna count that as black, whatever. Not every color in the palette's gonna be exactly the same, especially if you're just trying to imitate Yoshi's Island style in general. Okay, and then for gray, it's going to be more of this cool gray right here. Yeah, that actually didn't change much, so we'll go ahead and run with this cool gray here. Oh wait, no, yeah, cool gray for this, because that is going to be a different color than that, so... This is actually this color here. Oops. I don't want to do similar colored area. Then he's going to be a brighter, it's not white. This is lighter than that. Well, this is not really a tan either. Wow, this is gonna be kind of I guess just gray, but I don't know what color that translates into for Yoshi. There's this little red light up here. I want to see how he is actually colored also. I'd say he's just more white, and then like his arms themselves are like dark gray. I feel like, hold on, let me see his Smash 4. Smash Wii U. Okay, I'm just gonna go with this color scheme here. Okay. So this render here is a little more cut and dry. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the way that I'm gonna go, just specifically for this style in general. The colors are more simple and straightforward and to the point. I do just want to make sure, like, I want to pull up a video real quick just to make darn sure like that's not an alt, because I didn't know his colors varied from version to version like that. Oh wow, yeah, actually, they do. Okay, so yeah, that's gray, and then it's almost a black. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Like, honestly, if that's the case, then I'll just go with this. We'll just use the color of the Yoshi on him if that's the case. And then alternate between these two. Also, this collar thing can be black. Actually this is a really good image right here, just to kind of show you all the differences in between the colors. So this is the English and the Japanese one. They just... one was for the Famicom, and then one was for our NES. So that's where they get the colors from. Yeah, this is more gray, and then all that will be black, and then that's sort of like a darker gray or something. It is. I still don't know how I want to treat these colors. Jeez, I didn't know it'd be this hard. But all this is for fact the same color. Black, black. Oh, that can be black too, evidently. It's supposed to be on the base color, my bad. Oh, wait, similarly colored area. I had the setting wrong. Now, I don't know how I want to actually do his eyes, though. That's rather interesting, and I'm sure I'll find something later. So put that in references. I'm going to color this the same colors as well. So base color, bucket. Okay, so I'm actually just going to go straight to shading. Let's see, so the colors are more like the colors are definitely more like the Smash 4 render. I'm just gonna take this, So I definitely accidentally colored over that. So hold on, we're gonna take this and we're gonna delete that and we're gonna put that back there. So these are definitely more of the Smash 4 colors. Like, of course the black isn't like that black, but again, like just kind of following the Yoshi's Island style palettes. I definitely think that's close enough, to be completely honest. Oh, there's a little fold thing right here that I missed. Hold on. I'm gonna go back and draw that. Line arts. That in, and then I'm going to take this for base color and then put that there. Okay. So we're going to hide this reference. And, alright, so this is where I'm going to like really heavily rely on this reference material right here. So really, this white Yoshi, and every time I actually use this one I gotta point out, like, the rest of them are like a color and then it kind of like uses yellow as the highlight, but if you actually look at this Yoshi here, he doesn't really follow those rules. He has more of like a tan going on here, and like the whitest of his white is actually white, and that's what they use as the highlight. They couldn't really use, they kind of had to make him like an off gray color, because like if they made him white, then like his cheeks and his stomach wouldn't stand out, because that definitely isn't really separated by a thick line or anything. So we're gonna go ahead and color him like this. Kind of similar to how we colored Mewtwo as well. So let's just go ahead and jump right into it. So I think the shadows are gonna be on this side. Oops. Let me go ahead and, so base color, I'm going to choose all of that and then go into the shading. This is actually going to get merged onto that. I'm just going to color it in, because I already know that I'm going to probably bring his eyes closer together to get like that look of like the like goggles coming outwards. But for right now, I'm just going to get the colors down, because it'll be, once I actually get everything colored, like I can just use like a warp tool to actually adjust the shape as needed, instead of like doing everything one at a time right now. So we're going to go ahead and do shading here. Let's see. Turn my stabilizer all the way down, so I don't like coloring with stabilizers. And also, because R.O.B is so like complex, has like a lot of lines close together, I kind of don't like these marching ants. When you make a selection and you see these little lines kind of going wherever, those are referred to as marching ants. I'm actually going to hide that selection, but just because you hide it, it doesn't mean that it's not working. You see, I can't color outside the line now, so that's good. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And also the same can be achieved for, you can just make like a clipping layer also, and it would like work the same. I didn't want to transfer. Okay, I definitely forgot how to make clipping layers. So you could definitely do it. Like, oh, clipping group, yeah. So you can also do that too. So like, I want to say like whatever's on top, you can't color outside of. So like, even if I deselect, yeah, it still is not going to let me color outside of it. So that also counts too. So whichever way that you want to do it, I'm just so used to going and making a selection, but also like I could just do a clipping layer too. Like it makes no difference, because even if I bring it into Photoshop, Photoshop is still going to recognize that as a mask, so it should stay intact. I mean, if it doesn't, I can just go back and adjust it inside. Okay, so I'm actually gonna save the progress I have here. Because looking at it, like, I already know that like R.O.B's head is like a little bit misshapen, but again, like after I'm done coloring, I can go back and just fix all that, and it'll be easier to deal with that way, because then I already see like where the shading is supposed to go, where the highlights are supposed to go. And again, like when I'm working with art and different like canvases and stuff like that, or just these projects in general, I try not to focus too much on perfection, because like if I keep going back and fixing like that same line over and over and over and over again, then I'm probably never gonna move forward with the piece, and that's like really bad. So I don't ever want to like put myself in a position where I'm doing that. Okay, so there's an explanation point here. This is what I mean by like some things may not carry over to Photoshop. So because I have this saved as a .psd, okay, so it's either talking about the clipping mask or this vector layer, because Photoshop's not going to read a paint tool side vector. So paint tool side will let you know if you're using like tools that are exclusive to it, or the way that it perceives like the algorithms or whatever that it writes. Because you'll see like at the very top, like you can't see it on stream, but I can see it like where my file name is all the way to the top. It'll save, but then it'll give me a little explanation point. So like if you're using side, you see that, that's what it means. It's because I'm not saving it in like .sai format. I have it saved in Photoshop, so that way when I'm done with them, I can just import them straight over without having to do like save as a middleman. But be aware that like any vector or shape tools or whatever that you use are going to be rasterized upon importing or opening with Photoshop. Alright, so let's go ahead and start. So because we're doing Yoshi's Island style again, I always use these little guys as a palette. So this is my color palette, and I'm going to go ahead and just dive right in. So he kind of has like tan going on around where his highlights and stuff are. And oh yeah, I meant to highlight that again. So the thing with clipping mask is like a clipping mask isn't just it's exclusive to the whole entire layer and all of the color that's on it. So if you want to think of like a clipping mask or something, think of like a silhouette. Excuse me. Like for example, if you see this whole image here, it's just like imagine everything as a silhouette. It's not going to break the colors down for you. So even though I can't color outside the line, I can still color on a color that I don't want to color on. And I don't want to do that. So I was just trying to figure out how to do the clipping mask. So what a clipping mask does is it masks everything that's outside of here. So you are coloring outside the lines, but it's not going to let you see that you are, because again, it's restricting everything to here. So on that layer, if I color outside the lines, it's not going to show. However, because I colored on the base color layer, it's going to let me. But if I were to come here and try to color another color over that, it'll let me color on top of that, but it's not going to let me go outside of that. So if that makes any sense. So if anybody was wondering how clipping masks work. So let me go back and undo all that. And we're going to unclip that. And this is why I just use selections, because a selection lets you just choose the colors that you want to try to stay coloring within. So I'm actually gonna invert this real quick so I can delete, so I can erase this leftovers from the clipping layer. And I'm gonna invert it again. Layer, like if you have a selection, you can do invert. You can do like an invert selection, and what that lets you do is like that lets me color inside of here. But if I were, but not outside. If I were to invert it, it's gonna let me color outside, but not inside. So that's all that's for. So now we're gonna have more tan going on around here. I'm just gonna have all of this here. So when I'm actually laying down these colors, and again, if anybody has any questions at all, like feel free to ask, because I definitely like kind of showing people like the ropes of this kind of stuff. So I know a lot of people get intimidated when they look at a drawing program and not know where to start. And because I remember like that was me when I first opened Photoshop. I was like, whoa, holy cow, man, what are all these buttons? Or what does this do? Like I was even intimidated when I opened Paint Tool Side. Like despite how like simple it is, like I still don't know how to use all of the tools in here. I still don't know how the airbrush tool works. I still like brushes, like I can't color as like good as I want to with a brush, and I don't think the colors blend the way that I want to. But I mean, I've been focusing on the watercolors, so I think that works really good. So really, like, I'm not really, when I start this, I'm not really too sure, like, where I want, like, the shadows and, everything to go. But, well, see, I don't really know how to treat R.O.B, say, in this style, because, I know he has, like, a lot of reflective surfaces, but, I mean, even if we look at these coins, they're, like, kind of colored like that. And he just kind of has like blue and purple to kind of represent a reflective surface. Not surface, but let's see. I'm just gonna start throwing some color anywhere, and that will pretty much tell me like, oh hey, I want to kind of correct this or do this instead. Have this here. Actually, more beige here. More of a beige color here, and then that actually does go to pure white. To like a pure white, and honestly, like, is this the darkest that this goes? Yeah, so this is gonna be like the darkest shade that they use, and they do tend to stick more to like a greenish teal color. That's just how this style handles like gray or white. However, I want to be careful not to put like too much green or teal in there, because like I don't want that to be the primary color. So if anything, I would much rather stick with like this beige and just being careful to kind of put more white in there going along. actually just kind of throw some here, just for the sake of the color being more random. Because you can see, like, even on Yellow Yoshi's nose, it's like some of it kind of strokes up here and then comes through here, and then, like, not all of it is, like, nice and neat. So, I mean, it's okay to kind of get messy, a little messy with the colors. Kind of bring some of these through here. Come through here and do more white along with this beige. Looks alright. I know I'm probably gonna end up going back and redoing the neck, because for sure I want, because this is going that way, so technically this wouldn't be that far over. So when I actually reshape the head, I'm actually gonna pull this back a little bit more, and then I want to pull that forward, kind of going over this way. It would give him better, like, curvature, like, through his back into where his head is supposed to connect. I know I sketched it out, but the way that I ended up drawing everything else around him, it just kind of makes it look a little bit awkward. So I mean, I can fix it, and it'll be a pretty easy fix. Also, this looks awkward as well because that is actually supposed to be that color, and so I need to actually erase the shading here. Yeah, because that's that part that's coming out here, and that is actually supposed to be like connected. You know what? But I also want to just do some line art right here to just kind of come across here, and then take the base color from here and color this just to show like his shoulder is also over there. Yes, I think I like that. Okay, so I have the shading back, and now I'm going to come back down here to the base color and just go back and reselect this like grayish or grayish teal or whatever. This is going to be like the darkest color here. It doesn't hurt to have some dark colors sprinkled here and there. And then this, I can just kind of color some of this too, like here. And just kind of throw some dark shades in here, just to kind of show like that is something that pops out a little bit. hide that so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. Okay, so I'm gonna deselect that real quick, and then I'm just gonna quickly kind of do this little red right here. So I know red is pretty fun to do. So you get like red, and then it goes dark, and you get like this really nice purple color that you can throw in there. It actually does get some orange in there, so I think red's probably my favorite color to do in this style. It just has so many variations to it, and the way it kind of fades from orange is really pretty. Okay, so we got that. There we go. Got this top half done. I'm actually going to, just to see how the colors are going to look together. Like, I know I still have to color all this down here, but I definitely want to get some of that dark black colored. You know what? There's like gaps in that mug too. Let's just... And also, just for the sake of making this look slightly more symmetrical, I'm going to do like a line that goes across here, and it kind of goes here to show that that's where his arm like connects from that, so it looks a little bit more like this side. And see, like that's like that. Is that like that? Yeah, I think that would be, no, that would be more on the inside. So really the circle should be there. It should be there, but this definitely should have some detail coming over this way. So that's why that looked kind of empty over there. And again, sometimes I don't spot stuff like this until I'm actually coloring. Because sometimes, like, when you look at how things are colored, it brings more depth to the picture. It brings more, like, life to the picture. And when you see, like, the way something's colored, but then it's like, oh, well, if it's colored like that, then it should look like this. Like, for example, this being colored didn't look like this side, but that's not something I really wouldn't have noticed because if it wasn't otherwise colored. So that's another reason why I don't really have like a straightforward like procedure I do when I draw, because I just don't catch stuff all the time. Let's see, we're gonna do some of this black now. Base colors. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let's do this first. We're gonna do line art, base colors, and delete whatever I colored over the line art, but under. It doesn't make much of a difference. I just prefer like my line art to be clean, so I know it's like sitting directly above that. So that way when I do like the shading, it's not gonna like color over anything else. I just like having my lines separated a particular way. It also makes it easy for when I have to go back and do the process gifts that I release every Tuesday. So let's go ahead and pick all of this black here. That is really dark, but you know what? I can actually, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna use a color that is not on the palette, but, oh, you know what? I'll use a color that is on the palette. I'm gonna use Bowser's color. So for base color, we'll just use these, because he needs something to separate that from that. Yeah, because I just wasn't looking right. That'll be darker in there. Okay. Yeah, because that's more that color. And like, even if we look at the references, that's more in line with that a little bit. Or actually, you know, I think that should be more like that, and then the darker colors. Okay, that I can agree with. So I'll use Black Yoshi for what's supposed to be like the darker gray, but then for what's obviously black, I'm gonna use Bowser's color palettes on his little bands. I think that was like the color split I was looking for. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started with this. We're gonna use a Black Yoshi for reference. And he has like a nice palette where it's like it starts as yellow for like the highlight. And then you get like this really beautiful like bronze color that it fades into. Have like the darkest black that's right here in the corner. Now it's not pure black, so you see how the cursor over here is like all the way in the corner? That means it's pure black. The only time they use pure black is for liner. Yeah. But if I can get right here in between where his like cheek is, that's not quite pure black. It's almost there, but it's not. So we're gonna go ahead and do this and just kind of go back and forth mixing some of these colors. And so even though I know I'm going to go back and change this later, I'm still going to throw the colors in there because it would be easier to go back and change all the colors at once instead of trying to do everything one at a time, and then just kind of, that's a good way to like lose track of what you're trying to do. And like just to kind of show y'all what I'm talking about, Paint Tool Sai has something that's really unique to it that Photoshop does not do. So in Photoshop, if you select something with like say if I select this, and say if I'm like on the shading layer, I can take that and I can move that. So that's not an issue. But in Photoshop, if I were to like select two layers, it's not really going to let me. But or rather, it it will, but it's not going to be like the result that I want. But here's something really special that Paint Tool Sci does. If I select this, again, like Photoshop doesn't do this. If I select this and I just have this folder, I can take this and then like move the, hold on, if every layer is visible. So let me take these out. Okay, so if every layer is visible, it lets you move the entire thing. So that's why I would much rather just have the color and everything done like beforehand. David, what is up? I'm doing pretty good today. So we're almost done with R.O.B. It has been a crazy journey with this dude. Like, I didn't realize how hard he was to draw. But yeah, so that's one thing that's like exclusive to Paint Tool Sci, is that you can just move everything at once. And again, assuming that every layer is visible. Now you're probably wondering why his eye didn't move. That's because that's a vector layer. So this is only going to apply to everything that is a raster. But that's not, I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty good. I'm actually going to shift my camera up so you can actually see. So if I have this here, if you notice the layers like over here, but if I move this, all those become floating layers at the same time. And I don't, maybe I just don't know how to do it, but I've never been able to get Photoshop to give me multiple floating layers at once. So again, like, that's something that's exclusive to Sci. And it's really useful, again, because like once I'm done coloring all this and I want to go back and reshape something, all I have to do is just kind of take this whole thing. Like, say if I wanted to reshape R.O.B's head or something, I'm just going to end up and coming here and doing freeform and just fixing the shape of it and then just redrawing what I want. So if I want like, oh, his head should be thicker or it should be like thinner here. So I can just go back and do that if I wanted to. And that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. You're doing well. You got more tactician USBs. And also finally got Lilith Mon today and maxed her out along with getting the inherited moves of Lotus Mon here. Yeah, so the way that the inherited moves branch is like really crazy. Like I got a Mirage Galgamon to branch over to the Agumon line, so it's like I had like a Galgamon that knew cross counter and other dumb stuff like that. Yeah, it makes them really super OP, but if you take the time to actually grind them out and just kind of like have their inherited traits kind of cross over into other like into other lines, it's actually really good. Like I had a I'm trying to think, like, what else did my Mirage Galgamon have? Like, he had a bunch of moves that he otherwise just would not have learned on his own. Yeah, so that's pretty cool that you got the inherited moves over. Let's see, so we're gonna go back here to the black and we're gonna start actually shading more from this color palette right here. Make sure we're on the shading layer. Because if you're coloring on the wrong layer, there's not much that you can do about that other than just like kind of cut it and then copy it back over into another layer and then recolor what was under it. In most cases, you wouldn't even have to really worry about that because not a lot of people will break the files down. But because again, I do like process GIFs and process videos, I kind of need those to be clean so when I actually do demonstrations, it's not a bunch of mess under there. I don't want too much yellow to be there. Like for my starter Metal Seizure Mon, I got his moves along with those from a new other line that I specifically went for. Yeah, no, it's pretty fun. Like definitely when you have the USBs that you need and then like grinding isn't as like time consuming, it makes kind of going back and forth in between like stages a breeze, and you can definitely like have them learn a lot more attacks like faster. Angel wanted to go for a Fonimon. Cool choice. I dig it. just want to get my burst modes. Like I still need to get like Shine Greymon burst mode, Ravemon. I still need to get a lot of stuff, but like I'm not really playing through the game like that. Like the only time I actually play the game is like when I'm streaming it. Because it is my second playthrough of both Hacker's Memory and Cyber Sleuth. But then after that, I'll be working on my other 3 special Royal Knights. Okay, that's what's up. But I do want to try to complete the actual field guide this time. Because I didn't... on the PS4 version, I only needed 2 more... I was only like 2 away from completing the field guide. I don't even remember which 2 they were. Inframon is also OP. I think that game, I think Cyber Sleuth in general has like balancing issues. Like, I don't understand what the point of having piercing moves are. Like, I mean, like, if you have a piercing move, then of course, like, it's gonna penetrate anything. So, like, what even is the point of a defense stat if you have like all these moves that are piercing? But I don't think that hard about the game, so I just try to enjoy it for what it is. Wheelifmon's signature piercing move is, yeah, like, especially like when some moves have like set damage of like 444 or something silly like that. Like the Cyber Sleuth has some of the most jank stuff I have ever that I've seen in an RPG. Like, I'll give it that. Like, I don't understand like the decision behind some of these movesets. I mean, it's still a fun game though. It doesn't take away from it. It just kind of makes you wonder. I'm gonna take this bronze color and get more of that action going on right here. I definitely do want more yellow to be like here, because that's kind of like the front of it. Tisha, how you doing? How are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. The hoodie? Oh, you like my hoodie? Yeah. Thank you so much. I love it. And it's like I'm waiting. I'm so sad about Florida not ever wanting to participate in winter. Like, I cannot wait for it to be hoodie season. Like, I just want to wear this outside without dying. Yeah. Florida never wants to participate in winter, or then not even fall, man. Like, we don't even get like pretty trees and stuff. Like, I get like so jealous because like Marissa will be sending me pictures of like what's going on in her state, and it's like she could just like walk around. And there's like yellow and orange trees everywhere that are all like vibrant and really colorful. But meanwhile, I look outside and my tree, like the leaves just go straight from like green to brown, and then they're dead. Like just Florida things. You meanwhile, yeah, just Florida things. So this I'm going to be a little bit careful about because it's like, because those are both black, I can just color straight over it like that. But I don't feel like going and separating the layers like that because it's kind of extra and unnecessary. So I'm just going to be careful when I color around these parts here. Chimp35, what is up? Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. I hope your day is going well. And I look nice, thank you so much. That blending though. Yeah, like Dolly, let me tell you, like, I love Paint Tool Sai because I haven't been able to replicate this blending in any other program. Like, Sai like really lets you just kind of take the watercolor and just blend whichever color into whatever color. So if I do it softly, it blends slightly and will give you like a color that's in the middle of them. But if I do it hard, it'll give me a darker color. But if I pick the lighter color, it lets me go over it without actually like blending it or blurring it unless I press lightly on my pen. I can't find any other like program that mimics that. Like I've tried doing it in Photoshop, nope. I've tried doing it in Clip Studio Paint. It kind of does it, but not exactly the same way as Sai. But yeah, like I know there are a lot of programs out there that like have a lot more features than Sai, but the way that Sai blends is amazing. Blustery Chimp, that's good to hear that your day is going well. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by the stream. There are like 50 million other things you could be doing with your day, but you took a second out of your time to come see me. And that means a lot to me, so thank you so much. So we're gonna kind of put more, because these are like kind of like joints, I'm gonna actually make these more like a little bit darker here so you can kind of see that they're evolved. And so I think that looks good. Do the same over here. I don't want black. I want the yellow. Just bring this all the way around. And then, let me see. Oh, you like my drawing? Thank you so much. Yeah, like, basically what we're working on right now is, I'm drawing the entire Super Smash Bros. Cast in Yoshi's Island style. So this is where I am now. Like, Smash Bros. Has like over 77 characters in the roster, but I'm slowly getting through all of them, surely but slowly. So here's a good amount of what I have to complete right now. These are actually like thumbnail pictures, thumbnail images for my YouTube page, because I post like speed paints every Thursday. So these are characters that I have done that I'm currently doing video edits for, and again, like posting once per week on YouTube. On my social medias, I post like the actual like a 500 by 500 pixel image of each character. And I also do like process GIFs so you can kind of see like the breakdown of layers and everything. But yeah, like I have 36, originally got 36 done of the roster stuff, like people like Sonic, Sheik, and a bunch of other Nintendo All-Stars. And so I just started streaming like 1 month ago on Mixer. And the support that I have so far from there is like has been absolutely like phenomenal. Like I can't believe that I'm almost at like 50 followers on Mixer for like, and I've only been streaming a month. So I really didn't expect to get that far. But for Brawl, let's see, we have, I am going to show you. So here's Rob. And so I finished Lucario a couple of streams back. And, oh wait, I have, what I'm saying is like, I can't believe I have over like 50 followers on Mixer. Is what I meant to say. But yeah, like we have, we finished Lucario a little while back, and then we did Duck Hunt last week, which I had an absolute blast doing. So he was really fun to do. We have Villager. I'm gonna do a couple of adjustments to him. And then we also did Incineroar from Pokemon and got a little sketches there, like adjustments that I want to make to him. So, yeah, and also like, I see more people have came in over on the Twitch side. So for those that don't know, I am actually multi-streaming. So I'm streaming to Mixer, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube all at the same time. So yeah, for those of you who are new and just now coming into the stream, welcome. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, we are currently working on R.O.B, and again, he is part of a whole entire series of me doing the entire Super Smash Bros. Cast in Yoshi's Island style. But yeah, like I'm glad y'all are really enjoying the stream. And if anybody has any questions about art, like do not hesitate to ask, because like that's what I'm here for. Like I want to try to help people understand art better. I want to try to help people understand like you also can be a content creator. So if there's anything that I'm doing that you want to know how to do, let me know and we'll have a discussion about it. Let's to reach him. Thank you so much. Aw, you think I'm cool. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I just try my best. I can only be myself. Oh, are you an artist? Cool. What kind of stuff, what kinds of things do you draw? And are you like a digital artist, or do you do traditional art, or? You're browsing other artists' page for like inspiration, or is there anything in particular that you want to try to learn to do? But I actually need to check out more artists on Mixer to be completely to be completely honest. I like the way that looks, to be honest. So I'm gonna come down here and do more yellow here. Trying to get this bronze color here. How old am I? So, why do you want to know? How old do you think I am? There's no wrong answers here and I won't get mad, I promise. That's the common answer I get. No, I'm actually 29. I know I don't really look it, but yeah. Oh yes, yeah, I am. I am getting old. uh, how do you stop aging? How do you do it? Where do I find this fountain of youth at? Yep. So like, if you wanna like know a list of games I played when I was younger, like so it was like Yoshi's Island was new. I was around for like the first Smash 64. I still have my Pokemon Yellow cartridge. So yeah, I had the Pokemon Yellow Pikachu edition back with the Game Boy that had no backlighting. Oh my lord. Let me see. How do I want to do these cages here? Do I want to? Let me just do all of the outside yellow maybe, and then like the inside's darker. That looks okay. I think the way that looks. So one thing I do notice about Bowser's wrist bands kind of has like, is that blue? Yeah, he kind of has like a blue that outlines there. And that's gonna be for like the darker. So I just want to make sure, like, see what that actual color was. So we're gonna take this. Here, and I think that looks good. I think that is a bit too much yellow though. Do I like Mega Man? So I didn't really grow up playing Mega Man. I didn't have any of his games. However, I have watched like my cousins play it, and I've watched like my husband play through a lot because he's a really big Mega Man fan, and I am actually really interested in it. So I am going to sit down and probably binge through like all the old ones and just like work my way up to like maybe like X or Battle Network or something. But Mega Man does have some of my most favorite music in all of gaming for sure, by a long shot. So I actually have done Mega Man in this style as well, and it was really fun to draw. Like his little, I hate playing against him in Smash because like I don't know what to do against his leaf shield, but he's a really cool character. I'm like, I was happy to see him added, but he was pretty fun to draw too. I kind of want to draw him again. Do I have a Xbox One? Actually I don't. And I know it's like kind of weird that I'm on Mixer and I don't have an Xbox. 'Cause I know like from Xbox you can stream straight to Mixer, which is pretty dope. But I actually more so play like Nintendo games. Like I used to play things on my PS4, but everything that I like had a PS4 for is actually coming out to Switch, because I know they just recently ported Digimon Cyber Sleuth over to Switch. Oh, excuse me, like Crash Nitro Kart ended up coming out on the Switch. Though the loading times on that game for the Switch are like horrendous. Like it's really bad. On the Switch, but then I know like future games that I want are also coming to the Switch. So I mean, I guess really like the Switch is my baby. Because I mainly play like I mainly do like Smash and Art, because I actually go to like Smash Brothers tournaments, but as an artist, like Artist Alley. Well, bringing in some water and ice skills to the Angel Realm Online. David busted. Like straight busted. I mean, it's worth it though. It's definitely worth it. I love Lunamon so much. I wish they would have put I really wish they would have put the what's the red one from Dawn? I forgot his name. The one that turns into a Polymon. I'm kind of sad that they left him out. Chronomon, that's what his name is. Hopefully he'll be in the next story game, because that would be pretty dope. Because I actually had Lunamon when I did when I played Dawn and Dusk, because I ended up getting Dusk. But it would be pretty cool to have an Apollomon, not gonna lie. You never got the games for Dawn and Dusk. David, there's some mechanics in Dawn and Dusk that I really liked, that I really wish they would have carried over into Cyber Sleuth. Like, for example, like the field positioning. I really like that you had like 5 spots in the battlefield and you could choose where to put your Digimon, so that way like those Digimon's effects would affect those party members. So it made for like deeper gameplay. However, I still really like the way that Cyber Sleuth is presented. Like Cyber Sleuth is gonna be my favorite game, hands down. But there's just some elements from the DS games I wish would have found their way into Cyber Sleuth. Because also like there was like another system in there where it's like each Digimon had like a different type. Like you had beast types, like what were all the different types? And you got like different experience points depending on what kind of Digimon that you fought. So there was like more to think about when it came to raising your Digimon into like what kind of experience points you give them. Let me see, there was a... Yeah, let me see, plot, gameplay... Wow, yeah, there was a lot to it. But for what Cyber Sleuth is, it's pretty good. And I think they're definitely taking a step in the right direction, for sure. But yeah, I had Dynamon on my DS. Like she was probably one of my strongest ones. And I love the Lunamon line too. Like I'm glad they made it in, but I'm still kind of sad that Chronomon wasn't in. And I'm actually really surprised that he wasn't in, seeing as Apollomon was an actual character in a season of Digimon. Like in Cross Wars, he was a main character, like more towards the end. So I think it's like kind of crazy that they didn't include him in the game. But I understand it's like the game is only like 4 gigs. There's only so much you can do with 4 gigabytes of data. but for the amount that they shoved in that little Vita game with only having 4 gigs, I think is absolutely phenomenal. Like, yeah, he's one of the 7 Death Generals, and he also died too because guess what? He's a line. I think Toei just hates lines. Like, I'm serious. Like, a Leomon dies every season except for season 2, and then like Mad Leomon, he got offed at the very beginning. So I mean, it's just like, did 2 Leomons did 2 lines die in Cross Wars? Like, I don't know if this is just like some running gag they have going on at Toei or what, but like somebody there does not like lines, because I'm being serious. And then in Try, Leomon dies again. It's like, what do y'all have against lines, bro? So we got all that done, so that looks pretty good. And then we're actually gonna go to this darker black right here, so we can actually start coloring this. And with this darker black, this is actually gonna be more of like background actually is like blue. Yeah. This actually goes to like the darkest blacks here. That's actually more of a purple. Nice. Like a purple going on here. And then his highlight color here is more of like a blue. So it was supposed to be like metal, but I'm just gonna use it as just regular highlights and lowlights. Just to see if I can get a color in between there that's not as dark. Though I enjoy the fact that the series of crosswords brought in my favorite of the 7 Demon Lords, Lilithmon, and even made her do cross-ups, including their showing the 3 right one last one. Yeah, again, like, for me, the whole premise of crosswords was really awesome, like, Digimon armies with generals and stuff like that. I just wish, like, they had more, because I'm gonna be kind of honest, like, I kind of like the bad guys more in Cross Wars than I have in any of the other seasons, just because of like how well organized they were. Like, they were like a whole army with their own general and everything. I just didn't really like, even though they bought all the past leaders, even when they bought in all the past leaders in their teams. Okay, so for me, that was like that was a really lazy like cash grab cop out. Like, that was just, to me, I didn't like when all the leaders came back in Young Hunters, because like it was just kind of weird to me because they didn't actually spend enough time on their characters. Like, yes, people that grew up with the series, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that's Ty, that's Davis, I know how they are, like I know their personalities. But for any new people watching, like, they would have been completely lost. Like, all they were told is like, oh yeah, we're past leaders. But it's like, there was nothing in any of those episodes that would give you any indicator of like what their personalities were like, what they've been through, what made them who they were. So like, it's kind of the same thing that Toei does, where they're like, oh, all the Red Rangers are coming together, or what they've been doing with Kamen Rider lately, where it's just like, oh, all the Kamen Riders come together, or like the Tyson versus movies. I'm not really I'm not really a fan of when they do stuff like that. Like, it's always great to see your favorite characters back in action, but at the same time, at least do them justice and write them into the story properly. Like, that was actually one thing that kind of ticked me off about Try, was like at the very beginning, it's like, oh, the O2 kids are gone or missing, or it looks like they died. But it was like, it was really weird that they were just wrote out of the story like that, especially like after Ty found them in that underground thing or whatever. Um, I don't know. The fact that they just never showed up was just really strange to me. I mean, it's technically not spoilers because, like, you know that they're gonna show up in the current movie that's coming. So it's just really, to me, it was just the story writing was really odd. But overall, I think Try was pretty was pretty good, and it definitely put Digimon back on the map. And just actually, like, when it was airing here, it was so surreal to be able to just go and watch it in theaters. So, like, just like hearing Agumon say Agumon Digivolve too, like it being on the big screen, like that was amazing. That's an experience I wanna do again. So hopefully the new Digimon movie that's coming out with the O2 kids in it actually airs in theaters in the US, because I'll definitely go and see it. Yeah, it was. It was a bunch of OVAs like put in for like it was a bunch of OVAs as one that kind of was supposed to make a whole cohesive story. Because I know, like, in Japan it was like part 1 through like what was it, like 6 or 7 or something. But I know, like, when it got bought over to Crunchyroll over here, they broke it down into episodes or something. So I think it was kind of weird that they broke it down into episodes. Yeah, no, Try was definitely a series, but it's something that I'm happy. I'm happy that it happened. Like, I'm happy that they, got the funds to really work on another Digimon project like that, and how much buzz it generated. While season 1 is not like my favorite season, and I would like to see them do um, something new or something like other than Adventure Kids. I think that, oh yeah, yeah, like, yeah, Leo. It was cool seeing Leomon again for sure, but we all know what happens to Leomon. Actually, I want that to be like that, and then this to be up here. So gotta wonder if he was the same Leomon, would have had the power to warp Digivolve his Mega. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I mean, but to be completely fair, he kind of got sucker punched by Meikumon. Probably didn't even have a chance, if I'm remembering that scene correctly. David, are you all the way caught up on... Have you seen all the tries? Or how about Kari's Dark Mode, where Nairo Dark Digivolve to a Funimon, Followed Out Mode, and then DNA Digivolve with... Or Danimon? Yeah, like, I don't know what was with all the butt shots. Like, when she turned into that thing. I thought that was kind of cool. I mean, I thought there would be like a bigger build-up than what there actually was when that whole thing happened. But I think I don't know if I have like a favorite try episode. Probably number 3 really like hit me right in the feels, like when Patamon got infected and bit TK and then he was like trying to hide that his hand was bleeding. That okay, I'm gonna be honest, that almost made me cry. Like I was like, no, not Patamon. Like, my husband doesn't even really care about Digimon like that, but I had him watch Try with me, and then he was just like, even, like, Try Part 3 even got to him. He was just like, oh, wow, I was not prepared for that. Okay, so we have all the blacks done. I think that was a nice touch, yeah, that all 8 could actually go to their mega form. But I also, while I do like that they did that for the other kids, I also think it was really weird that like Ty and Matt had to be all extra and get struck by arrows for some prophecy, but then all the other kids were like, oh no, we could have just did this all along. Like, sucks that y'all had to get struck by arrows though. But yeah, like, seeing all the megas was pretty cool. Like, Hercules Kabuterimon is really, I really like him. He's pretty cool. I just always remember having, like, his card, and it was, like, the only foil card I had for a while, back when I had Digimon cards, and it was only because it came with the starter deck. Omnimon Merciful Mode was really nice. I liked how elegant his design was for sure. With the new upcoming movie, like, let me see, or like when Mimi clearly teased Izzy about him liking her because she was... Mimi don't have no sense, but I really did love Mimi in Try. And honestly, like, when I was a kid and I was watching Digimon, like, I hated Joe. And I don't know why. Like, he's literally the voice of reason where everyone wanted to go and do something dumb, and Joe's like, you know what, I don't know if that's a good idea, guys. But it's like, going back and watching it, I used to be, like, as a kid, like, man, Joe's such a scaredy cat. But then it's like, when I go back and watch it now, it's like, no, Joe's actually the most reasonable one here. But I really liked Joe in Try as well, where he really had to make a decision, like, just trying to be a normal person and do, like, his schoolwork and try to pass his test and stuff like that. And I felt kind of bad for Gomamon though, because like Gomamon like tried to make him soup and noodles and stuff like that and tried to feed him, but it was like, maybe it was cute for sure, but Joe clearly was a bit annoying back in the day and was a bit selfish till he finally broke free. Yeah, like he was, but it's like when I go back and watch it as an adult, it's like, okay, if I'm a kid and I get thrown into a world where I don't know where I'm at and it's like, and I'm scared senseless, I don't know, man. Like maybe I would be more like personally, like when I was a kid, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'd be more like Ty. But it's just like now that I'm an adult and like knowing like a lot of stuff that I know now, like I feel like if I had to pick any of the Digidestined, like I'm definitely more Joe than anybody else now, unfortunately. But hey, Joe's like super reliable, so that's cool. But also another thing that I really like about Mimi is that like the fact that she has the crest of sincerity, or in Japanese purity. She has to be super honest with her feelings, and the fact that like in Try, it's like that's just something that she really had to come to terms with. It's like she doesn't want to hurt people's feelings, but at the same time, it's like sometimes you got to tell people how it is, and you got to be honest. And I think Mimi has like the hardest crest, to be completely honest, because it's just like you literally have to be completely honest 100%, like 100%, even with yourself and with your feelings, and then you got to be like willing to tell people like willing to tell people off, basically. Like I don't know, like I really respect Mimi. Like when I was younger watching Digimon growing up, I also hated Mimi because I'm like, oh, she's such a girly girl, and I didn't like the color pink or anything. Because I was like a tomboy. But kind of like going back and watching it, it's just like, man, Mimi had it like rough. Like, yeah, she complained about a lot of stuff, but like as a kid, I'd be like, oh, she complains too much. But it's like, yeah, if I were stuck in a desert and it was like blazing hot and stuff, like, yeah, I would complain too. Like, Mimi was never in the wrong. Yeah, Digimon is certainly interesting to watch, like comparing what I thought about it from like a kid's perspective or through the eyes of a kid, like when I watched it back when I was like in 5th grade, because that's when it first started airing on Fox. And just going back and like rewatching it now as an adult, it's like you kind of see things slightly differently, and I just think it's crazy like how like my favorites changed over time. So I guess like things that you like are definitely based off of like your life experiences and stuff. But yeah, like if I had to choose one Digidestined that I can relate most to now, it is probably Joe. But they could have had Matt pull a tie where Gabumon Dark Digivolve, which made things very interesting. Okay, so this is my thing right here. What actually triggers a Dark Digivolution? Because Tai purposely put himself in danger to try to make, Greymon Digivolve, but what triggered his crest to the Dark Evolution is the fact that courage is not the same thing as recklessness. Matt literally tried to kill Tai. Like, that's not friendship. How did Gabumon not Dark Digivolve? Like, that would have been an awesome fight, like Black Metal Garurumon versus War Greymon or something. But it's like, it makes me kind of wonder, like, what is the criteria for the crest? Like, that kind of broke the storyline to me in a bit. Because it was like, how did Matt avoid that? Like, how did he not get a Dark Evolution? Like, you literally... And, like, on top of that, Gabumon was in the wrong, too. Like, yes, Gabumon was showing that he's Matt's friend and is gonna have his back no matter what, but Matt was literally like, yeah, we're gonna go kill Tai, and Garurumon's like, well, I don't really agree with the idea, but I'm your friend, so we're gonna go kill Tai. And it's like, how does this not trigger a dark evolution? Like, your thoughts are super impure, and you're doing them for an evil reason. How is this not triggering one? Courage equals cowardice. Yeah, like, I can understand, like, for in Tai, you know, and I can understand, like, um, for example, I could even call Tai, you know, like, I could even say that Tai was being, like, a coward when he was forcing Greymon to try to evolve, because, like, for me, like, not facing reality is also, like, in my eyes, not facing reality is being a coward. And the fact that, like, Tai couldn't really put it together, that it's just like, hey, this isn't what you're supposed to do as, like, a partner or a team. It's not all about you. Like, he was being, like, super selfish with it, too. Like, not even taking, like, Agumon's condition or feelings or anything into consideration when that happened. So, I definitely see how that triggered for him. But just Matt in general, like, that, he was filled with all kinds of malice. There's no way his crest should have even reacted. Like, to be fair, like, they've even shown where it's like your Digimon can't really, well, I guess because he already unlocked the form of Metal Garurumon, he could, but, and there's also an actual Crest of Darkness in yeah, I know about the Miracles one. I didn't know about Darkness. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I know the Crest of Kindness was Kin's, because I know he had to use it to stop that his base from blowing up after Magnamon kicked his behind. Um Willis. Willis is actually a really funny case. Like, I absolutely love how Willis just appeared just one time, but Fox was under so much pressure to just push this movie out, and because of that, they kept trying to make references to Willis throughout the actual dub of the show. So it's like, it kind of leaves you wondering the whole time, like, oh, if you didn't see the movie, who's Willis? Who's Willis? Because he never comes back in the story ever. So he's just like a movie only character. And I think it's absolutely hilarious that, like, they kept making references to him in the dub. It's like he had absolutely nothing to do with anything outside the movie. I'm gonna take some of this tan here and put this here. So we're actually getting into a territory where it's way too much green. So we'll do some white here. Now I'm gonna blend some of this tan in with the green just to kind of get the color palette back to even. I'm actually bring some of that up here as well. I don't want it to be too much green. I also enjoyed the early part where Bodemon basically sing along. Oh yeah, that was really cute. I really like the first Digimon movie. So I know, like, the American movie was 3 movies chopped up and put into one. excuse me. It was like 3 movies chopped up and put into one. But that fight scene between Greymon and Parrotmon, oh my gosh, like that animation was actually really amazing. I wish the rest of Digimon's animation would have looked like that. They would have been like so baller. So we're almost done with this. I'm gonna put this white here. I think that looks pretty good. I think I want to add some more green, maybe like around here a little bit, just to vary the color, just slightly. And I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna have this here. My favorite sequence was when Tai and Kari were being protected by the huge Agumon against the Parrotmon before Digivolving to Greymon, and they eventually superpowered by Tai's courage. Yeah, I like when he looks at him and Tai was like, Agumon? And he's like, I'm Greymon now. And then he looks up and was like, you can be anything you want to be. Like, as a kid, that just really, like, that spoke straight to my heart. Because it was just like, oh, you can be anything you want to be. And I, like, carried that with me for, like, the rest of my life. Like, I don't know. That movie was, like, I felt, yeah, that part was super emotional for me too. Like I definitely felt the feels there, and the lines were delivered so perfectly in the dub. Like it was so hype. Like I don't know, that whole day was an emotional one for me actually. Like when I remember when I first went to go see it. Like I was in the 5th grade. I remember having like my Metal Greymon shirt on, and we I actually won like some type of giveaway or something. So like I got to go to Toys R Us and like pick out a bunch of Digimon toys, and then I got like free tickets to the movie or something like that, and then I got to go up to the movie theater in a limousine. So I have no idea, and I won like a bunch of Digimon toys too. I have no idea what this competition was. Like I can't. It was so far back, I couldn't even remember. But like it was like awesome. Like my very first time riding a limousine was to take me up to the theater to go see Digimon the movie, and I was just like, bro, this is awesome. So that might be another reason why like I'm super attached to Digimon, because like a lot of awesome stuff has happened to me surrounding this show. Um, let's see, what musics do I want to bump? But yeah, for sure, David. That movie was just, I really think that movie helped shape my life as well, because like also seeing like the R war game bit with the like Omnimon and versus Infamon and all that other jazz. Like, the way that movie was animated and like the animation in it, the way they depicted the internet, like the backgrounds in it, like how everything was just outlined in red outlines, in red lines rather, and that was like an aesthetic I had never seen before. Like, and as a kid, it left a really big impression on me. Alright, so I'm gonna save the canvas here. We are almost done, folks. This is going over like an hour and 30 minutes or so. Like, what time is it? Like, I'm so far over schedule, but I'm so glad that y'all have stuck around like this far. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so we're still saving. Again, I gotta like break this canvas up because like this canvas is like really ridiculously huge. If you look down here, you'll see where it says memory usage 91 and disk space 89. Like, that should never be that full. Like, I need to like chill and actually separate these files or something. I've just been too lazy to do so, but I should probably start separating them now so I can actually put them in their own files and stuff. Let's see, so we're going to do the base color of this, and then we're going to take this yellow and start shading in some of this black. I don't want quite yellow though. Do some yellow, but I do want it to be more bronze. Okay, so for these, I'm actually going to do like a lighter gray. Let me see, so for color, I want, you know, I'm going to turn these into a raster because I really, oops, I want to do that. So you can't merge a raster on top of a vector. However, you can take a vector and slap it above the raster and then merge down, and that'll turn it into a raster for you. So I'm gonna take these. I don't want merge layer, I just want current layer. That, and I'm going to put that behind the line art. And then I'm going to take this and kind of make them, actually, let me color that first. I'm going to take that and make it smaller. Mako, please become more merciful. Mako was such like a walking plot device. Like, I don't know how to feel about her. I don't know. I liked her at first, but then more towards the end, I just didn't really like her as much. And I felt so bad for her little Digimon though. I don't know, like, but Omnimon Merciful mode, like, was really, I really liked that form. He was beautiful. I don't exactly know how these eyes would look in Yoshi's Island style, but I'm just gonna kind of wing it. So you have that. So they're like there and they have like a reflection there, but then he has like a little halo around them. So if I can take this and probably do like a circle around them. Yeah, like David, have you seen like the new X evolution forms that Bandai's been putting out? Like, have you seen the Rise Greymon X form yet? X antibody form? It's actually really cool. I'm hoping like someone in the Galgamon line gets. You haven't? Yeah, no, they're really neat. Let me see if I can find some. Oh wow. Dynasmon got an X form too? That's crazy. Rapidmon got an X form, the golden one? Crazy. Hold on, where's Rise Greymon one? I just want to show you the Rise Greymon one because it's like really awesome. Honestly, here, I'm gonna put this in the chat for you, David. You can just go through With the Will's Twitter and just like scroll down and you can see like all the X forms that they're posting from the Japanese website. Some of them look really sick. Like I really like the mecha looking ones, and I think I read somewhere that they actually got like they got like some tokusatsu designers to actually do it. Yeah, Rise Greymon X is epic. Is by far one of my like top favorite Digimon designs. I didn't Rise Greymon already looked really cool to me, but I didn't think they would be able to improve his design that much. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Looks more like Rob, and I'll fade that, and then I will put... We're gonna do this, and we're gonna put this here. Now I just de-Digivolve Dynamon back to Narrow. Wow! You're going for full ability points, aren't you? Like you're about to max, like you're trying to max them out. Okay, I don't think I like where that eye shine is over there on that other one, so I'll just hold off on the eye shines. But let me see, let's just finish this fire up real quick and then we will be done, guys, with this. Because my gosh, this took way longer than I thought it would. That's how I dish out the heavy damage. Well, remind me to never battle you. I do want to battle you, actually. Not right now, because I'm a peasant, and, like, my farm has not made me the correct things yet. But, like, eventually. Like, I wish I could transfer all my Digis over from the PS4, because I know that team would have been, like, would have hit hard, but, like, not the one on my Switch. That's how you deal with heavy damage. That's what's up, man. So we're gonna go to base color, we're gonna go to merge layer, and we're just gonna do this fire real quick. There's not much to doing fire in Yoshi's Island style, I just really like doing it. Whoever gets into the digital world, we make a team. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I've been to Alabama once, because I know like they have like the motorcycle museum up there. I think I went to Birmingham to go see like the Barbara motorcycle exhibit, and then they have like a whole entire like track day that they do there. It was pretty fun. I would definitely do it again if my motorcycle was working. I gotta get my motorcycle fixed, but I feel like I definitely would want to go back to Alabama just to go to that bike show again, and then probably ride on the track. Like, that'd be pretty dope. Alright, so Yoshi's Island Fire is just kind of pretty simple. So I'm going to start with orange first. Base color, let's go ahead and pick this and then shading. Okay, so I'm going to do the orange first because when I go back through with the red, it's going to kind of cover up the orange anyways, and I don't want that. So I just have to be less careful this way. So let me just go ahead and do this. I'm letting you know, if we were to, David, if we were to ever go to the digital world, I definitely would not have the crest of courage. So you're definitely gonna have to listen to me be Joe the whole time. Be like at all times, hey guys, I don't think that was a good idea. Hey guys, how do you know that berry isn't gonna poison us if you eat it off the tree? Hey guys, does fire even work the same here? Hey guys, I feel like we're gonna drown even though we're not technically standing in the water. Like, but I wouldn't survive a day in the digital world. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't even like going outside in the real world, dude. I'm like super afraid of bugs. Alright, so just to kind of show you, like, this is why I laid down the orange first. Because if I would have did the red and seeing how like close to the edge red is, the orange just would have overtook the red and just, it would have overpowered it and made it orange as well. So that's why I did the orange first, because the red I'm only doing like outside, small outside strokes. Alright, so that's pretty to the point. And then, like, if I still need to come back in and make that a little... Okay, then we can bring this in a little bit more. Alright, and we are just about done, folks. Wow, that was a long haul, but we did it, and we got this done. Hold on, let's see what it looks like. I think I might want some slightly darker colors to come here. Okay, and so we're gonna go ahead and hide the references, and then get rid of that. So we have a Yoshi's Island styled R.O.B, guys. I am so excited that we actually got this done. So let me go ahead and save this. So later on I will go back and adjust some of like the angles and whatnot, but for the most part, like, we are done. We got another one down. So let's go ahead and save this. And that's another one for the books, folks. I'm telling you, we're gonna have the whole entire Smash cast done in no time if we keep up on this rate. All right, but yeah, this is good. I usually set the file up for the next sketch that I have, but let me see. These are my scans here. So I actually have like Bowser Jr. already scanned in. And then this one you can't really tell, but that's actually like Banjo Kazooie. Like I just couldn't really decide what pose I wanted, but yeah, like even though it just looks like lines on a paper, like that's how loose my sketches will be sometimes. So I've actually been I've gotten multiple requests for Banjo. So I was gonna do Bowser Jr. Next week, but I've decided to do Banjo instead. So yeah, we will be doing Banjo next week. But yeah, like we are done, and this looks amazing. I'm so happy with it. I did go over by a lot. I usually end at 9, but it's like 10:37, so I will not take up any more of your Friday night. So y'all gotta get ready for the weekend. But one thing I do want to, before I go, I do want to talk about my goals. And just also give like warm shout outs and a big thank you to everybody. Because coming back from a 10-year hiatus of not doing content, and then like suddenly like just the amount of momentum I've gained and the amount of support that y'all have given me, like I can't ask for anything more. Because honestly, I thought I was gonna come back from obscurity and then just be like streaming to an empty room or an empty audience. I didn't expect to build a small community this fast, to be completely honest. Twitch, thank you so much for the 5 follows, and Mixer, look at that extra credit there. I only wanted 10 new followers for this week, but 12 of y'all came to my stream and supported me, so thank you so much. Facebook, I didn't expect to get even 1. I got 3. That's crazy. Twitter coming through, Instagram coming through, but I want to say, like, even though I did not reach my subscriber goal on YouTube, I actually want to say that I honestly want to say that YouTube is the GOAT here for sure, because coming back from like a 10-year hiatus again, and the algorithm not knowing what to do with my new videos and my new content that I'm putting out, I'm actually really surprised that people are finding my page. So that right there kind of lets me know that maybe the algorithm is working, or maybe there are people out there that are finding me on YouTube and then telling other people about my page. So I honestly did not expect to gain as much traction as I have on YouTube, because I know it's like just 8 subscribers, but the thing about it is like that's 8 individual people that have taken the time out of their day to actually, you know, come and support me. So that means a lot to me. So with that, like, just all of my thanks, like all of my thank yous. Zio, is definitely nice, like just having you here as well. And then again, like just talking about art in general, and I still can't believe like it's been so long ago since we like actually saw each other and hung out. I can't believe that we just like met at a church camp, and then the fact that you like found my stream and then like just reunited with me, like that's crazy. But it's good to know like the friends you had in the past are like still here. So yeah, everybody, I present to you like this really beautiful R.O.B picture. It's amazing. It's not perfect, and there's some adjustments I'm gonna make to it, but it's really awesome, and I'm glad y'all all stuck around for it. So bye everyone. Thank you so much for, you know, sticking around. I hope your weekends are great. You know, if you're in school studying, like make sure you get your homework done, and make sure you're doing what you need to do. Get well rested so you can start the next week nice and renewed. And thank you for sticking around with me on this lovely Friday night. Oh, David, thank you so much. Thank you. So I will be back on Monday, starting at 5. So I at 5 to 9 p.m. are my normal streaming days. And hey, thank you so much. Is that you, David? I think that's the sub you just sent my way. So wow. So YouTube literally I was almost there. And that's crazy. So but next week is another week. But the fact that I even got 9, that's insane, though. Um but yeah, so everybody enjoy your weekend, and I will see you at the same time, same place. On Monday, we're doing Super Smash Mondays. So if you like playing Smash Brothers, come see me in the ring, and we'll throw some hands, and we'll all have a good time. And then Wednesdays is Digi Wednesdays. So if you want to come watch me play Cyber Sleuth and talk about more Digimon, that's always a good thing. You can never talk about too much Digimon. Um, but yeah, so everybody, it was nice, and everybody, I hope you have a great weekend.